Debug is now online.
End of line.
It's like TikTok clock when you jump in at the random time. Anyway, hello. Today we're back to floppy software. That's what we're working on. I went ahead and this morning I just finished the drive because like you didn't need to see me reassembled again for the 8 millionth time. So whatever. It all worked fine after the stuff. Track 0 sensor. I don't know. Eventually, maybe it'll show another issue, but we don't. It's intermittent failures, man. We can't predict when this stuff's not going to work. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Currently, last I tested it, like an hour ago, it's working. So let's go with that. So, pretty sure solved the right fault issue yesterday with the resoldering. So, yeah. Can we watch a reassemble issue for the 8 millionth time? Yeah, no. Oh, man. All right. So what we are doing today Yeah, it's just making software. So yeah.
2025 SICHER 100.array. It shall be time to recover from replumbing the bedroom sink. Data general and anti-radio shack collab. End of line. David Phantom says, so are you going to move on to HP stuff now? CHER 100. End of line.
Crazy Boy, thank you for the 100 bits. And David, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm not...
End of line.
I'll get to that in a moment. I'm not stopping on the data general stuff until it's done to the point where it's back in the rack and I have software fully functional on it. And then I get a start on the hard drive. But I don't know how long the hard drive is going to take or what that's going to involve. So I'm calling having this all back in the rack and working my break point. So we're going with that.
Phantom says no problem. Always happy to support you. CHER 100. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Follow X, thank you for the tier 2 sub as well. Thank you very much. And for 37 months, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Okay.
No problem. Always happy to support you. CHER 100.
I don't know if you meant to do that twice or just hit up and enter, but thank you for the 100 bits again.
And find you're getting the wrong IP address with no internet access. Check you haven't been plugged into the wrong switch port for the last hour. Oops. Here now. CHER 100. End of line.
And thank you for the 100 bits. And speaking of wrong IP addresses and plugging and switching ports, I ordered a SIM card and am going to attempt to migrate my Skype number to Google Fi on an unlimited plan, which is what I have now that gives us 50 gigs. So maybe we get 100 gigs. I don't know. Maybe. But I'm not sure how I'm going to handle it, because I either have to swap SIMs, which will suck, or I'm going to have to buy a second Netgear LTE modem and antennas and then swap Ethernet cables. Yeah. It's not public, David. I have a business Skype number that is being killed off with Skype. I've had it for years. It ends in less than a month now, and I need to port it out because I don't want to lose the number because it's awesome. But I can't tell you what it is because then then it becomes a public number and I don't want that. So, then the Netgear have dual SIM. I don't believe so. If it does, oh my gosh, that's awesome. I don't think so. So, yeah. So as you can't do something easier than that nonsense, to be honest, some sort of FCC rule, VoIP to VoIP porting? I don't know.
CRAZYBOY 2025 SICHER 100. So what is it? I've never seen one before. No one has dash, but I'm guessing it's a white hole. Every action has
I'm just going to say this, Majenko, it's not that, but you're thinking right. So, all right. Crazy Boy, thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. Oh my gosh, David. They say I couldn't port it out because it's already VoIP. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
No problem. Always happy to support you. CHER 100.
David, thank you for the 100 bits again. Yeah, you're not going to guess it, Majenko. Even if you do guess it, I'm not going to tell you. All right. First things first. Look at that. It's not stringing or anything. So remember yesterday when I said I didn't need pointers on how to set it up? I really didn't. Because I used the default settings, which are for a Prusa i3 in Prusa Slicer. And you know what a Prusa i3 isn't? It's not Bowden, which means you need way more retract length. First time was actually this time because that would be funny, yeah. So yeah, I needed to massively up the retract. That was what it was. So yeah, looking way better. It's not perfect, but way, way better. All right. Nothing special here, but I'll just show you guys. This is the TRS-80 DT1. This is my holy grail terminal. I'm so happy to have this thing. It's insane. I love it. I only wish that it didn't have the awful white paint that the TRS-80 Model 4 has, because it's horrible. and it just attracts fingerprints and stuff like crazy. So, no, Bowden for the win. You get less unsprung weight with Bowden. It's way better. All right. So, TRS-80 DT1 terminal. Go ahead and turn on floppy drives here. I'm not going to be over here for long because this is right out of the 10 or 20 kilohertz cannon right there. 20 by, 12. But if I turn on the micronova, boop! Look at that! Novaness on a TRS-80. Crazy! So I'm going to go ahead and log in here. So we just do a, 33L. File name mboot sys. First off here, thing's looking killer. I love this thing. It's so good. I really like this thing. Oh yeah, beep support, which the dasher doesn't beep when it boots. That's weird. Okay, 1. That's right. Del is clear, and then that doesn't work. 188. Then also I found out today, you can enter just 1 for the time. That works. Are you trying second async card? Presume you saw your comment on Discord about setting that up properly. I did not. No. This is not second async card. This is main async card. We're probably going to look at that today, though, because we're going to be able to sysgen, hopefully, maybe, knock on particle board. Here's why I'm showing this. List. It works. Oh, just enter works for the time? I did not know that. So that's weird, because like none of the other terminals work. So here's the thing. I was looking through the second.
100 is running faster than my brain today. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Hopefully you can set your brain to maybe 115,000 baud. I don't know, because this is 19,200. So I was looking through the second channel videos yesterday because I was curious about the performance difference of the hot fans video compared to other things. I think the Nixie video on the counter is the closest thing that I can really relate it to. And on the second channel, I forgot I had a video where I broke down all of the settings on this thing. And one of the settings, and I know it had this.
I might overclock my brain. Does the shower class as water cooling? End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. One of the things about the model, the DT1 here, is it's very out of focus, is the terminal emulation mode. So it emulates different terminals, and you can set that up. Notably, the thing that made me sad about the DT1 when I first got it was that it doesn't emulate VT100, and that means that it sucks at working with anything modern. When I was watching my breakdown of this screen where you configure all the things, it made me realize, wait a minute, it doesn't work with anything modern, which means it'll work with things that are not modern. So I set it to ADM5A, and, well, I mean, you saw it work. I don't know what I just did there. D1 with ADM5A emulation works with the Micronova. So that's pretty sweet. Now, I had a hint about this because my Micronova came with a cable, one of the serial cables, and on the serial cable was something that's very depressing to me. It was this piece of tape. It says ADM terminal. Now this presses, it means at some point, I believe there was an ADM terminal being used with this Micronova, and I did not get it. That would have been awesome. But oh well. But anyway, so yeah, it works with the TRS-80 model, or the TRS-80 DT1. Yeah. There's a Linux terminal term cap entry for the DG. You know, maybe there's a terminal emulator that supports ADM5A. That actually is more likely than the Dasher. I think it just needs to be ANSI. I think that's what it really needs to be. So I just need to figure that out. But yeah, so I've seen DG-DOS system manual. If you're not the bidder, I would like it. I am not the bidder. The fact that there's already a bidder at $50 makes me think it's going to go for more. I also don't how many different generic manuals are there for this stuff? It's ridiculous. So I have the learning to use your RDOS manual, and then I have the CLI manual, and now there's just like a generic manual that's somewhere in between this one and that one. It's getting kind of ridiculous here. So I don't think I want to be what would probably be like $200 into DOS manuals. So Micronova's, the Micronova manuals don't have a bid. What Micronova manuals? Micronova manual. Oh, those, yeah, you talking about this? Yeah, I'm watching that. So, those chips are garbage. First off, I think the CPU, if it even is that, is there a 601? Yeah, there's a 601. It's got two legs cut off. The 603 is the controller. It's on the back of the 6095 drive. It's not a CPU. The MP, or the MBC1 manual, almost useless to me because it doesn't cover any of the hardware I have. I do really want the integrated circuits manual, but I don't know if I'm willing to pay the price to get everything here. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I might go for this. I don't know if you have interest in that, but I'm really tempted to go for that because they have photos of it. I've already saved the pictures. Where is it? Come on. Where is it? It's not that one. It's not that one. There we go. This is a Micronova page on here. And it has some information about the 6095. So I'm thinking about grabbing it for that. Because we have nothing. So I might grab that. You gonna have that all pass? All right. I will get it for archiving because I don't think it's been archived. Also, okay, I'm gonna ask while I got live viewers here who watch my videos and stuff. Did any of you buy the Kazan soft strip? I gotta know. Did any of you buy it? I'm gonna guess not, because the world's bigger than just my audience, but my audience is the one who are more likely to have known about it. Because one sold on eBay yesterday that had all 3 add-ons for it, and we have not been able to archive the Macintosh or the IBM PC ones. So I was really hoping to get that, but it went for more than I could justify bidding for something that I can't make a video on because I already made the video on it. And that's also why sometimes I will buy things and then not make videos about them for a while because I don't want to snipe myself.
FCHEER 100 TE Baker question isn't who brought it, but did Ben miss it or got sniped on it? End of line.
Did Ben miss it or get sniped on it? Yeah. That one, if it had, I'll answer it this way, Digital Ice Age. I think I know why it went for so much. If it has the Dear Apple employee letter in it, yes. So, if I was to go for that manual, it'd only be for some of the peripherals. All right. Hitachi monitor, do it work? I did not get a chance to test it. Is that OG deck talk? Yes, that is a real hardware deck talk running in the background. That's one. All right. On that, as an explanation of like things I don't make videos on because I don't want to get sniped on them, I can show off something. Because getting sniped on stuff before I can make a video about it to make the video properly really, really sucks. So, called the LGR effect, yeah. This is my HP BLP card, the basic language processor card. It's ISA, you plug it in to a 386 or better. Lets you basically run an entire HP Series 200 computer on it, all right? I have not made a video about this yet because I didn't feel like I was ready. I think I'm closer to ready. This is the exact same card with daughter boards. So, I think the RAM expansion card, but I also don't know what this is on the back. I can find no record of what this is. Now, I got slightly hosed on the RAM card, and I don't even know how this happens. I wonder if maybe somebody didn't understand what this was. ROM card, maybe. I don't know. To the posts, let go on this side. There we go. But RAM expansion, empty. Of all chips. Like, how? So it's not expanding the RAM very much. So I don't get it. It's model number on the memory expansion. I'll just send you a photo of it so you can look at it. It's an aspirational RAM expander, yeah. You at least know what IC was there? No, because there's very little documentation. Now, there's a reverse engineering of that card, so I might be able to just look at what they did. But, yeah. If you want to try and figure that out. I'll tell you, it's not even listed in the actual manual for this thing, because I have the real manual sitting over there. It's not listed in it. So good luck. Digital Ice Age? For now. Actually, maybe. Apparently the Pocket 6K now has an experimental feature for autofocus, and they might bring it to other cameras. It was one of the things that they showed off at whatever video nerd conference thing. So, the pinouts compatible with some real. It's probably 4164s. I'm not that concerned about the RAM card not being populated. I'm not that worried about it. But I got it. That's a cool thing. It could be. You know what? No, that's the thing. It's there are 40-pin dips on there. It's not ROMs or something. It's really weird. It's no continuous autofocus. I have to hit a button that's on the back of the camera in order to get it to focus. What are the 40-pin dips? In a bag on a card that's on the other side that I don't want to remove. I might have photos of them. I can put them on Discord later, but I'm not doing it right now. Anyway, also, minor difference. This is the A revision. This is the B revision. So they are slightly different. But one cool thing I can do with this now is I can run 2 of them at once, because the drivers let you run 3 of them, I think. So I'll be able to demonstrate having 2 of them in one computer, which is just stupid. One of your vectors in A, yeah. The drive works, yes. Blackmagic expects you to have a focus puller for some amount of money, pay for it. Yeah, kinda. Let's see. I'm also curious about something else. This is something where I'm kind of mad. Oh, did it sell? No. No. Also, really? That name's been reused? One moment. It probably sold because it was just, yeah, I think it sold. That makes sense. Or did it? Or am I bad at spelling? Hold on. What? Why can't I find it? One moment. Stupid China companies. No, let me try that. I think that's... Dude, what? Hold on, sorry. All right, I'm going to my email. This is bugging me now. Just bought some no-name PC luggable off eBay. Has GPIB card? Awesome. Somebody to look over shoulder in case of card snatchers? Yeah. Hold on, I'm just bringing up email. That'll find it faster. What? Dude, I swear it's like I hallucinated this thing. Are you kidding me? One moment. Sorry, now it's bugging me. Like, I gotta find it. Hold on. I'm also arguing with an eBay seller over their price for something. They have a, I'm gonna call it, rare variant of an inexpensive collectible. So it's something that there are a lot of, all right? They have a rare version of it, but even rare versions of this thing sell for like $50. And they have the price listed, it was initially $500. Now, granted, it's the only one I've ever seen, but I don't think it's $500. So, oh, it sold. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. Yep. So, no, not the $500 thing. I'm still working them over. I'm trying to get it for like $65. All right. I'm going to make Ben jealous. Sorry. This is an XBEC Baby Blue Plus. So this lets you run CPM programs on a PC. This plugs into a IBM 5150. It has a Z80 on it, and it runs that. ZBEC, don't care. Here's the thing. I paid $200 for this thing after waiting years to find one, okay? An eBay listing showed up for $400 that had this, the XBEC 2, a Blue Lightning, and there was another one that I didn't even know about that existed. They had 4 different CPM cards, all in the box, all complete, for twice as much as what I paid for this. So, a way better value, and I was really mad because I couldn't justify buying it. Because it's just, so someone else got that, and I'm really sad. Paul guy, that's the goal, but I have more. So that's not the end of it. Anyway, the auction picks, what do you, GPIB card or something? Didn't realize there was a Blue Lightning before the IBM processor range. Had one of those, but it went pop. They trying to justify eBay purchases. It gets even more complicated when you can, like, make videos or something. I don't know. Oh, that cable manual is really nice, Jout. I could have used that for the terminal, which I think the terminal cable's actually in that manual with the setup stuff. Anyway, all right, let's go ahead and make some floppies. I think we've wasted enough time here. How's this looking? Man, it's so much better today than it was yesterday. Also, I have that set for a 105% extrusion, trying to over extrude on there. Ah, nice, Jout. I wish I had seen that. It's already done. So, take a moment to appreciate. That's 2 streams in a row. You've indulged my particular obsessions. Yeah. It's only half an hour tangent, still need 10 to 15 more. Well, the good news is, I think we can just start. I was gonna say, I gotta configure all the stuff, but that's right. I have the serial switcher, so it's ridiculously easy to do that. All right, let me make sure the foam doesn't fall off here. Push that out so I can more easily access the drives. Alrighty, let's get started looking at new Core XY printers. I would really like a Core XY printer, but my requirements for it are extreme. So I don't think it'll happen. All right. Cry to recover. 0 ohms, I did not. Once the drive failed on me again, I just was I was not happy. So I did not continue on that. Maybe we work on that today. I think we might have to work on that today, actually. Yeah. Drat. Oh, you mean all of them. That's right, because they all had read errors. Oh, yeah, that's going to get complicated. Okay, let's go over to... This is wrong, but just bear with me. I'm going to go press another button and we'll fix it. All right. I'm not going to turn the computer on yet. I'll get up in a moment and do that. Okay. Button. All right. 3D printering. Okay. Oh, you know what? I might move the camera back behind me again so you guys can see the computer as I'm working on it. Maybe I should do that. Starting back to Radio Shack terminal. Be easy to create composite out for Dasher. I was thinking about that today. I really was. I was also thinking it might be easier to just make it VGA capture because it's got CRT, you know, horizontal vertical video thing. So, yep, printering, got 3 hours left. That's good timing. So, okay, what am I doing? Oh yeah, first let's do this. I'm gonna disconnect the TRS-80 from the Micronova. I'm gonna connect the Dasher. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna have to go in and fill this out, but whatever. Was able to find the name of the daughter board? Man, that's nuts. Okay, let's find out. Page 32. Okay, I don't actually know what the model number was. One moment. All right. 282304. Basic ROM. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that is super duper cool. I really wish I had that for that thing. But that's pretty darn sweet to get it on there. Okay, so what that means is when you first boot the computer, you do not have to load the operating system onto it. So the way that both the basic language processor card and the computer work is you have a blob that is, it's kind of similar to the Data General here actually, where you configure all of your drivers and TSRs and stuff into this single binary that gets loaded into memory on startup. So on the basic language processor, you have to run a command to load that off of your like PC hard disk or floppy disk or whatever into the card so it can start. That one will just boot automatically. That's really sweet. Pull the ROM off the daughter card, fit in the HP? No, the one in the HP goes into a card slot in the back. They're completely incompatible. At least I think it does. It might also go into this, they have this middle back plane. There are 2 back planes in that thing. It's nuts. It might go in the big one. Not sure. But yeah, it doesn't go on, that card doesn't go on anything I've got in there. All right. Some of that pricing is weird. Yeah. How much was the ROM card? $600 for some ROMs. Oh, that's great. Oh, man. All right. This is a good find there. You did real good on that. How on earth did you find that in the non-OCR BitSavers PDF? Is that through Google's weird thing where they OCR PDFs to cache them? That's strange. Anyway, let's mentally context switch now. You had to run OCR my PDF on it. Yeah, that's fun. All right, let's go back to this. So I think I wasn't working on that. Was I working here? Projects? No, where was I working on this? Or was it here? Floppy decode. No. Was it in the SimH folder? It might be there. SimH, Floppy. Okay, maybe it's here. All right. So we have starter and util. Okay. So, trying to think about how I want to handle this. Let's go over the process again here. So, what were we looking at? Were we looking at learning to use? So, we were looking at this manual last time, but if I remember correctly, this one... No, this is the right one. We were looking at this exact manual, but we were looking at the PDF last time. I went out and I bought it because I had problems. So we're going to be able... I'll be able to use the, real one in the future, but for right now, we can do that. Bring this back up. Hold on. Software, OS, DOS. It's in, or how to generate your DOS system. I think maybe this is what we were looking at. Yeah. This is it. Okay. Oh yeah. No, I don't blame Al for not OCR. Absolutely not.
It's carved up as tier 1 and says he's on fire. End of line.
It's Carve and HoshiTube. Thank you for the subs, HoshiTube, for your 2 months there, Prime sub. And it's Carve for your 35 months of tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Let's see. Why is... Okay, that was weird. Couldn't adjust the size of the page over there for some reason for a moment. All right. What am I going to look at? Oh, this. Okay, so we have 2 primary disks for the data general. So we have the starter disk and we have the utilities disk. Now, as a primer on how to set up the computer, you get the starter disk, you put it in the machine, you make a as in 1978, if you lose that disk, you're boned. So you make a copy of it using the DOS init command, which has a disk duplication command. Then you run sysgen on it with a blank disk in the second drive, and then you build a system that gets sent over to the second disk that sets up the blob, again, like I was describing the HP, that has everything enabled, the drivers and stuff, for all of the hardware that you have in your computer. So what I've been booting on the machine that you've seen, where I've punched in mboot sys, has been a kind of modified version, modified version of the starter disk that has a couple more things on it to try and make it a little more usable, but it's not correct. So a couple of weeks ago, last week, I don't even remember now.
Network 17
I made
as Prime and says evening all. End of line.
Network 17, thank you for the Prime sub and for 19 months. Aw, yeah. So last weekend, I think it was, I made new copies of the starter and util disks because we have a mag tape file that contains all of the Micronova files for a specific version of DOS. So what we need to do is get those written to floppy so that we can actually use them on the system. Now that's easier said than done because I don't have a formatting utility that can run on the Micronova to format disks. So the only way I can make a new disk image is to image an existing disk that I already have. This is one of the data disks that came with the machine. I image that, load it up in SimH, delete all of the files, and then copy the new files onto it. So that's as good as I can do because I cannot recreate the format. No, I don't have a tape reader. I wish. I looked into what it would cost me to get a serial paper tape reader. I would be looking at $1,000 to have a functional serial paper tape reader. That's not happening. So I will never have a paper tape reader. No formatter. Correct. No, there is no formatter. So there's two things, Ben. DOS init does not format a floppy. It's really weird. You can think of DOS init as the format command, but what we need is fdisk. We don't have fdisk if we're talking Microsoft DOS land. So that's the problem. Yeah, we effectively don't have fdisk, so we can't lay down the sector headers and stuff on the Micronova. That's why I have to copy another disk over and modify it. Okay, so the next step that we were at is writing these to real disks to try and do that. So you have a high-level formatter, not the low-level. Yes. Okay. All right. Ugh. So there's a couple of side quests that we have related to this. Actually, hold on. Let's just... Can we do something stupid? Hold on. Add widget. Note. Hold on. I'm gonna do the super dumb thing. Hold on. Remove that one. Okay. First off here, give me all my... Why did you have to minimize everything, you stupid... There we go. All right, get out of my face here. Okay, I want this. How do I move it? Why can't I move it? Edit. Here we go. I'm gonna put it right there. Okay. It's Windows Vista all over again. Okay, so the main quest is write DG boot floppies and sysgen. All right, that's our main quest here. Okay, why are you having the menu go off screen? Let me just make it slightly longer. And can I make it slightly bigger text? Okay. So that's our main quest. Side quests are to switch to Peter's SimH, which should fix a couple of problems. Move it lower. There is no lower. I don't know what you want. It's either lower or it can't get any lower. I'm just... Anyway, so we can switch to Peter SimH, which should fix SimH crashing. So if I just run this really quick, NovaScript here. So we're going to boot, yada, yada. Okay, gets into... Wait, this isn't the right one. No, this is correct. I have one on my laptop that I messed with. We don't want this. We do want that. Okay. Now I'll boot it. Anyway, okay. On SimH, one of the things you're supposed to be able to do is hit Control-E to go back down to the SimH shell, but you can see, warning, program crash. It does that every single time. And it appears to be something to do with the execution address register And it looks like, I think Peter fixed it. He has a pull request for it. So I would like to switch to that. Another side quest is 0 ohms. I'm not 100% sure how to best spell that. What is it? Decode tools, or is it? Yeah, decode tools. So 0 ohms wrote a tool that might make it better. It might give us better results from this. So if we look at some of the disks that we ripped to flux, we can see, a couple of bad sectors there. That's a little concerning. But some of the other ones are a nightmare. Now, this is an in-progress, development decoder for Grease Weasel. I think it was by Peter, actually. And we don't know if... it wasn't meant to be, perfect, done, does everything. And 0 ohms tried to write their own decoder for this. So it might be able to get more data out of it. I haven't tested it yet. So I think I want to test that too. So we have these two side quests, and then we have our main objective right here. So these two quests build into this one working out better. So I think we should tackle those first. So let's start with Peter's SimH, because with that we'll be able to test the decoded floppies. So let's work on that first. So SimH, I think I want open SimH, and then an arrow to the knee. Well, Twitch doesn't respect volume level I saw with the video player when changing from advertisement to advertisement, just like an old school TV. Actually, Digital Ice Age, I love that, because if you can get it just right, you can have it mute the ads. And then it goes back to the stream and it's not muted. So I'm going to disagree with you there. You need to change the volume to be lower on the ads. I don't know how to get it persistent, but I managed to get it on all of my computers I watch Twitch on, to the point where all the ads are muted and then the streams come back with sound. Chloe, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. All right. That's already down to water, by the way. I have inhaled the coffee. Well, I'm not inhaled. I'm not a coffee fish. Okay. Man, you have been busy, Peter. Holy moly. Or mute the Twitch page in your browser during the ads, but that's manual. What I'm talking about, you just change the little volume slider and it persists. That's automatic, essentially. That fixes more Sims. All right. That's that line. You know it. All right. Well, I'm gonna just. I think you one commit ahead, so you're not working in that. Okay. So we have. Which branch should I try, or 3 commits, or are they all there? You're being all fancy like and actually using branches correctly. So I'm gonna pull the whole thing and then we'll figure that out. Take the fixed name clash. Okay. Switch not normalizing the volume or something. In this case, dragging down to 4% instead of muting, so switching tabs didn't want to mess out the stream when they ended. Okay. Yeah, muting, that's what I mean. You can't click mute. That is not persistent, but doing the volume adjustment is, again, for some reason. Okay. Let me grab this. Okay, hold on. SimH main. Yeah, I intentionally don't do Twitch Turbo. Holy moly. Helen Croft, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. I intentionally don't do Twitch Turbo. I need to figure out if it's better for creators than ads, although I guess it depends on whether or not, or based on how much you watch Twitch. Because I feel like Twitch Turbo just takes away from subscribing to channels, which I don't want to support that because that takes away from supporting the people who create things. So, but on the other hand, if you watch a bunch of different streamers, you're not going to be able to, it's unreasonable to try and subscribe to everyone. So it's a weird balance. Bridgewater, no. So the way Twitch Turbo should work is it will take your percentage of times that ads would have played for each creator for the amount that they would have run. And each creator gets a percentage cut of the Twitch Turbo amount that it would pay out in total. So if you watched only one person on Twitch, they would get 100% of whatever the Twitch Turbo payout is. But let's say you watch two people, 50%, and they ran the same amount of ads, then they would each get half of that, of whatever the Twitch Turbo payout is. That's my understanding of how it works, though. But I'm not 100% sure. I think that's correct, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh, I'm definitely aware of what the television standard is supposed to be, Digital Ice Age. But yeah, I don't know if internet video services have to abide by that because it's not technically FCC enforced. All right. Also, question. Oh, what was it? Okay. People who get ads. Let me do it this way. Did any of you get an ad when you first started watching the stream today? Like when you first you clicked on to my channel and started watching, did you instantly get an ad? Did that happen to any of you? Okay. So you, Helen Croft, old school gamer. Okay. Question. Were you watching a different Twitch stream first or before, or maybe a VOD or something before you started watching my channel? No? Okay. All right. Because I've shown it before. I have my Twitch ads set up so that you should not get an ad when you first start watching, but I realized that the way that Twitch runs ads, you might get one if you were watching a different stream before mine and then immediately switched over to it. That might trip it. Up until the point your first scheduled advert runs, pretty. Let me look at the settings really quick. I would like that to always be during the countdown. The stream is first you watch today. Okay. Let me see if I can check a thing. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. First ad delay. That's kind of rough. All right. The first ad was set to start 13 minutes in. That's a little rough. Okay. In that case, I'm setting it to 1 minute. So there should be an ad that runs, and then you get nothing for it should have no pre-roll after that. Okay. Just trying to figure out. Oh, wait, was that it? Hold on. 1.5 minute ad break. Okay. All right. So here's how it should work now, okay, after I change the thing. 1 minute into the 3-minute countdown timer, it should run 1.5 minutes of ads, and then you'll come back and there'll be 30 seconds left on the clock, okay? That's how it should work in theory now. I have made a change. We'll see if that actually works. All right. And yes, to the anonymous gifter for Helicroft, thank you for that. It'd be 160 left on the clock. You shush. My server is perfect. For the record, the background and the clock are video files. They're different video files. And the fact that the background was running smoothly was weird. So, yeah, I don't know. All right. Let's get back to actual work here. So it was the fix name clash. That's the one I want. Okay. So I'm going to do git checkout fix name clash. Awesome. Tab completion. Okay. Not upgrading displays because technology hadn't developed. What are my thoughts on OLED? Here's my thoughts. What do you mean new branch? Do I have to pull it? Okay, here's my thoughts. I could go bankrupt this year getting exactly what I want. This is the perfect monitor. There is no better monitor than this that will ever be made. I wish I could get this so bad. 4K, 3D, 27-inch. Oh my gosh. It's incredible. The only downside is they're $3,000. So, I'm never gonna get one. Put it on the Amazon wish list. Yeah, okay. Oh, man. Dude, I want one so bad. Oh, my God. This is incredible. But yeah, that's the dream right there. That's it. Oh, so yeah, it literally can't get any better than that. For those of you who get one, you'll never be able to use your Goodwill specials again. I know I will be ruined. I won't be able to do it. Yeah, so actually, Rich Files, that's the thing. They don't talk about what the 1080 or the 3D support is. It's going to sound insane, but them not talking about it does influence whether or not I would buy one. There is no documentation on what the 3D method is. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. It's glasses free 3D. Step away from the website? Yeah. Oh, man, I wish. Choose your bundle. Yeah, the monitor is so expensive, they figure they can suck you into bundling it with a laptop. Oh, my gosh. Want. So here's the thing. I think I know how they're doing the 3D. I think it's this company. I think they're the ones who are doing it, but they don't do OLED though. So I don't know. But yeah, I want that thing more than life itself. Is it on Amazon? .3D monitor tangents. You see that right there? That's a 3D plasma. I love me some 3D. No, 3D is incredible. Culminated, you're wrong, sorry. Accidentally setting at time to 90% to 40, yeah. This one doesn't appear to be on Amazon. Yeah, I don't think it's on there. It might be a little too niche. Shame the model comes with AI 3D. Even that does. And that's from 2012. The synthetic 3D has been around for a long time, so don't read too much into that. And Adrian, yes, it is glasses free. Want. Anyway, so that's my answer, is that the perfect monitor exists. There is a not bankrupting option as well. I love how they call it gaming monitor too, by the way. Like, you might think like, gamers, they gotta have all the garbage. That's actually really important because there have been 3D glasses-free monitors for a long time that have been CAD and creator focused. So this is, anyway, this is the real one. This is the one. I mean, I'm not paying half the money to not get the 3D one though. I thought there was a cheaper 4K OLED that was 27 inch. If I'm buying one and I'm paying this much, I'm going all the way. I'm not getting 3D. I really thought there was a, that's not going to be OLED. Okay, maybe, I don't know. But anyway, sub 1,000 for that is what it would be. 2K at Newegg, but out of stock. I'm not surprised. Everyone should have one. It's the greatest thing that's ever been made. So, is that 3D one OLED? Yes. It's OLED, high refresh rate, 4K, 27 inch, 3D. Doesn't get any better. That's it. That's the ultimate monitor. Why couldn't I check out the Git repo? Back down to the real world. Switch to new branch. That doesn't make sense. Git origin. Be happy with just 4K OLED? Yeah. I want it in 27 inch though. I don't want a 32 inch. I don't want a whole wall to be a television. Git pull origin. Fix name clash. There, already up to git log. Okay. Why did it say new branch? Switch to new branch. I'm mildly confused. Oh well. I think it's just make, right? Or is this C make? Oh, it's C make. I shouldn't have done that. Are there several models reading up on it? It's not like the 20th inch, obviously 3D has stunning OLED picture quality fallback on. It's either using... Is it not OLED? It's IPS? Oh, garbage. Gross. I would still rock that. Worth it. I would trade OLED for 3D. I would. That's acceptable. As long as it's not VA, I'm happy. I have regrets here. Hold on. Git reset hard head. There we go. Okay. Let me remember what the actual build command is. Do I just go... This is better than PS3D monitor? Yeah. I mean, glass is free, but like it's not going to be VA. VA is so bad. There we go. Okay. Let's set up Travis, whatever this thing is. I don't understand. CMake, Builder, Linux. Ugh. Really thought there was OLED 3D. Samsung OLED 3D. Next gen. Oh, it was the Odyssey 3D and the OLED G8. Oh, okay. I was confused because everyone kept talking about both. And by everyone, I mean Samsung. Okay. Still worth it. But it needs to support industry standard 3D delivery methods. Side by side, frame packing, interleaved. I don't care. It's got to do something. It can't be, like NVIDIA 3D Vision weirdness where you need some special nonsense. Well, actually, that was just for the transmitter and the glasses. But still, it can't be weird. Is there a CMake flag for threads? CMake threads. Collier specifically not recognizing side-by-side 3D games. That's pretty bad. That's really bad. Only 2 games are supported by Windows-based software on the review model too. Yeah, see, that's not going to be acceptable. Dude, I don't want your weird library. I want compile, maybe compile threads. Compile threads. Oh, it's just J. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's kill this. J32. Go. Okay. CMake. Clean. I know CMake generates a make file, but then it automatically runs it. Hold on. We're just going to super cheat. Yeah, I didn't know J worked in CMake. All right, there we go. Boom. Or does it work in CMake, or is it literally, do we actually need the dash dash? Build, config. Is it dash dash and then that? Okay, there we go. That seems faster. Okay, there we go. Vroom? Vroom vroom? That doesn't seem very vroom vroom to me, if I'm being honest here. Running a SMH script, not CMake. That what? No, that was CMake, wasn't it? Oh, CMake Builder. Oh. Yeah, fair. All right. So they got their own thing. I would have to, all right, never mind. I'm not going to worry about it. We'll just take a moment, kick back. This is why I haven't turned on the computer or spun up the floppy drives yet, because I knew it was going to take a little while still. Well, we got time to kill. Let's shoot the breeze. So I finished playing Super Mario Brothership a couple of days ago, and man, That game sucked. It's like it took me 90 hours to finish it. Now I'm stop and smell the roses as far as play style when it comes to RPGs and stuff. I did all the side quests and things. That game just drags on, man, though. It's so bad. I hadn't done the remake of Thousand Year Door yet, so I started that immediately after. And it's like a breath of fresh air. It's so much better. I mean, going back to back RPG to RPG seemed like it'd be a bad idea, but no. It's gosh. Yeah, Thousand Year Door just absolutely kills Brothership. Poot, have you done Thousand Year Door like recently? Like, I'm not saying it's the best game ever, but getting into that, it was just so refreshing for what it could have been. I know it's when it peaked. I know people consider Thousand Year Door to be the best. I have not played Thousand Year Door. I'm barely into it, so I'd prefer not to get spoilers, but I'll just say I'm at the tree level, and, like, that's really unique as far as visually. Like, Brothership, you know, you got the wet forest. You've got the helical forest. I'm using, you know, it's not quite the right names intentionally. You have the Great Forest, I'm gonna call it. That's 3 different levels that are all forest based. It's ridiculous. And then the constant stupid fetch quests. Oh my gosh. It was really bad. And Poot, I will not talk about the end, so don't worry. I'm not going to spoil it. But I'm going to say there were several times towards the end of the game when I really felt like it was disrespecting my time, and I was very seriously contemplating just stopping. Like, I really wanted to finish it just so it was done, but it was very, very frustrating. Like Brothership, not finished it. Have a different opinion. All right, so Poot, where are you at? And Old School Gamer, where are you at? Just so that I know. Like 15 levels over level, so it was somewhat more fun. So I was never that high over level. I was always like 2 or 3 levels over level, but I went full glass cannon as far as my build. So I was probably hitting as hard as you were. I will. I'm trying to be careful with what I say, but I didn't struggle with anything. About a quarter of the way. Oh, you are. I mean, that. I'm going to say, Old School Gamer, what you think might be a quarter of the way may not be. So, it's. Do you know what the last island you were on is? But yeah, I would just say it was not creative enough, and it overstayed its welcome. I liked the battle system. That was good. The characters were extremely bland. Like, just completely forgettable. It was not good. I was just very disappointed. I haven't played all of the other Mario and Luigi games. I was kind of trying to do a run of all of them when the 3DS releases came out, and I was waiting for Partners in Time to get a 3D re-release, so I'd kind of stopped. because I was hoping for that to come out, and then it didn't. I think that was the only one that didn't get a 3DS re-release. I was really mad about that, because Partners in Time is the best one. Yeah, had issues with one of, okay, I think I know where you are. Then, okay. That's why you wound up over-leveled? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say I waited until the last possible minute to do probably that one. And by that time, I had really figured out the plug system, and once it clicks, you become invulnerable. Oh, I am going to spoil a minor thing, all right? Because I want you to not waste your time like I did, okay? So, and this is just one of those things where it was really frustrating, but I can at least spare you this, okay? Don't pre-drain your plugs going into the final boss fight. It's going to recharge them. There's no like story thing. It just happens in the background. And I was really mad about that because I had queued up some of the plugs to fire off exactly when I wanted, and then I didn't get to have that happen. When you do talking head, you consider to change the scene to the camera being full screen. This webcam sucks. You're really not gaining anything out of this by me doing that. Maybe if I finally ever get the Prio over here, or maybe get a different, better camera. I don't know, but yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't mind. Again, the combat was good. I didn't mind it when it was a challenge. Yeah, no. You switch the category to just chatting. We're gonna be here for like 3 minutes. I'm not changing the category for that. Let you C920 for the win. That's what this is. It might be a C910, but it's one of those. It's just not good. It's not designed. The lighting here is very challenging. I have no lights on me over here, and it's super bright back there. It's having a rough time. And past that, watering can section gave up. Last two challenges, upgraded boss, had issues with the third lighthouse one. Okay. Plugs for me did nothing for the bros. Okay. So the last two challenges. Okay. Okay. Trying to think of the best way again to advise. I will say the most powerful equipment always came from the side quests, which is frustrating because if you don't do the side quests, then you miss out on that stuff. But doing the side quests sucks. You're really bad at the game. So I will say this: there were some of the bros moves, like the bomb volley one, whatever, that I only did with auto excellent. I don't think that's not possible for a human. Like that one's awful. But I ended up only using bros moves after a while. That was my bread and butter because it just wasn't worth it, which was really frustrating. But I did a run of Super Mario RPG, the Legend of the Seven Stars, whatever, on the remake. And I had put all of my... That one was easy for you? The flick left stick hit? Like, how? You can't time it so that you can flick and hit. It was so bad. I couldn't do that one. Anyway, I think every single other one of them I was able to do, which is except for that one. Wild. I don't know how, man. I'm impressed by that. But one of the things I did is I would use the auto excellent, the bros boost, and the performance boot benefit or whatever one. So automatically do the bros move, it would boost the power of the bros move, but cost 100% more bros power. And then it would give me half of the bros power back if I got an excellent. And because the excellent was guaranteed, it meant that every time I did a bros move, it was automatic, 20% more damage and normal cost. So I would always say that. So the barrel one, I figured out a trick for. Only look for one of them, memorize their locations, and then if it's not one of those, hit the other button. That's my recommendation on that, is try to just remember the spots for one of them, and then the other ones are just invert. But you're 15 levels over. Did you take quick leveling? You wound up doing that? All right. Did you? Because if you took quick leveling, it could be a difference of how that all got set up. Because as I mentioned, I did glass cannon as my overall play style. Oh, it gives you that as a hint. I didn't even know there was a place where you can get hints. Okay, that's good to know. You did take quick leveling. Okay. So the game did a really bad job of explaining this. Let me finish my Super Mario RPG story, because this plays into this, okay? Because I have changed my tactics of how I play RPGs from now on. So I played Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars, okay? It's the Super Nintendo remake. I think it's like a final... Oh, it's during the loading screens. Okay. I was playing on an emulator, so I didn't see many loading screens because it loaded so fast. On Mario RPG, I went for a build that had basically 0 flower power. So I couldn't use like the group moves or anything like that, but I sunk all of my points into the normal moves. And I absolutely destroyed that game with that setup. By just ignoring the special moves, it was so easy. Absolutely trounced everything. Until I got to post game, where it turned out it was impossible to beat anything without the bros moves. So that taught me, like, I can think I'm doing good, but then I'm not in the game, because I'm not getting the full picture, and I can completely screw myself. It's a bit faster when you know how to compile. Yeah. So what I did for Brothership, and now what I'm doing for Thousand Year Door, is I'm looking for advice on, like, what should I upgrade. So, like, for Brothership, I did not take quick leveling, and I took the POW upgrade first, because the way those work is you get the +1 per level when you level up. So by taking POW at the beginning, I was at level 50 when I beat the game. That meant my POW was 50 points higher than it would have been. And I can tell you that was about 1/6 with gear on. So without gear, that would have been a significant amount. So it made a huge difference which ones you picked, because they stacked by adding on every single level. So it would be totally possible to completely screw your build by picking the wrong ones to start with. And for me, I saw quick leveling as one of the worst ones to be able to take, because you would burn through it faster, but you wouldn't really gain anything out of it. Like, you might get more points at the end because you would reach a higher level. So in effect, you would gain more point stats overall. But I think the individual ones were the smarter play, at least for the way I was doing it. So that was complicated. Hey, look, it worked. Oh, look, it only took 4 minutes. So anyway, you're at Revisiting Islands. Okay, so that's a quest name. There's like 3 or 4 times you have to revisit islands in the game. I don't know what that one's gonna mean. I'm sorry. Let me ask it this way. Is everything... You're revisiting islands. Hold on. Let me just look it up. Twisty. It's... I don't think that's a quest name. I don't know where you're at. I'm not sure. No, the max level after upgrades. After the max level, the upgrades you get 5 to 10 points upgrades of various stats. Yeah. That I don't know, that may pay off, Poot. I'm not sure. It's hard to say, but I went attack only and it I will say I was at a way lower level than you were when I did the boss fights and the refights, and I breezed through it. But I also did creative plug uses. You're early in? Yeah. I'm not saying you should stop playing. I want to be clear. It's just I did not enjoy it. All right, so I'm going to do this. SimH main. And then I'm going to link this here as not Bemsg. Well, bin. There we go. And I'm going to call this one SimH. Boom. It's a fun but long. Fun game but long. Yeah, it's just way too long. It doesn't justify its length to me. Like, I just did a 200-hour factorial run. That was fine. I didn't care about the length on that. That was good. I did a 111-hour satisfactory run. I had some problems with that. I think 1.1 might fix some of them, but I don't know. I showed you guys my train build when I first got the thermal camera for Satisfactory. You can go back and watch that to see what I'm talking about in this case. But my problem with Satisfactory was that I built it a scale that was too much for the game. Like, there was no point that I needed that much. All right, Control E. Look at it. It's incredible. It worked. Whoa. Wow, Helen Croft, that's awful. That sucks. Well, I can purge that from my memory now. That's unfortunate. Why? Why can't they just use the standards that already exist for it? Continue. All right. List. Boom. All right. Oh, that's so nice that it just works. That's incredible. Excellent job. All right. So, check. So, what? Why am I getting... Uses eye tracking capture and software, just renders 3D picture. Hold on, it's not the Wii demo, right? It's not just this again, right? Please tell me it's not just this again. Oh, come on. That's not 3D. Massive props to Johnny Lee for doing this. This was incredible in 2007. This is just done with a Wiimote and 2 LEDs. That's all you need. You don't need a $3,000 monitor. Yes, if you only have one eye, that would work with one eye. Anyway, okay, 0 ohms decode tools. Let's do that. Maybe the monitor is 1K, the software's 2K. Yeah, well, you can still go get Johnny Lee software for free, I think. Can we do that on the Dasher? I don't know if it can do full screen redraws fast enough. I'm not willing to say no. Because here's the thing. The effect, it's a 2D effect, all right? It uses lights mounted to a hat to track your head position, all right? You can put it out as an in. No, it's not even that. I'm thinking like the Star Wars Telnet thing, okay? Just how long does it take to redraw the full screen? Because we would need to do video frames, essentially. But we could do ASCII video frames. Like, if we could just convert the video output of that Target demo to ASCII video and then send that to the Dasher, it would work. It would be fine. All 3D does not suck. I am hardcore 3D stan. You're not going to get me to say that. Again, that is a 3D plasma TV, and I love it. It's amazing. That's the best 3D display I have ever used in my life. I will make a video about it someday, but some DG nonsense got in my way. But the eye tracking 2D panel is not 3D. These are 4 hours reporting the headache. Go ahead and do that with VR and tell me what you think. VR is what gives you a headache, not that. I have played my PlayStation 3D display for so long that I actually had to plug the glasses in while I was wearing them. Actually, that's not possible. I'm lying. I had to recharge them and then continue playing. It was... I have no problem playing very extended length sessions of 3D games. Can't just tell what 3D cinema is? No, I'm not going to go to a movie theater to watch that. I want it to be video games. I'm gonna... So, I'm trying to... Fully Ramble-matic. That's it. Yahtzee Croshaw. Just did a semi-Ramble-matic about video game movies and how they're a step down for video games. I think 3D is one of those things that is really best applied to video games. Not movies. Movies, it really doesn't work that well. Okay. I'm downloading your V2 Nova decoder here. 0 ohms. All right. I tried to mute the mic before I sneezed, and then it took too long and I couldn't sneeze. V3 was the latest. How did I miss that? Hold on. There it is. Okay, V3. Anyway, 3DS. 3DS is kind of like what I was talking about with the bone conduction headphones. If you had a bad 3DS experience, it's very possible that you did, but I think you could do better. But the problem is that it's almost impossible to do better. Let me find a figure to see how bad this is. yes, people have caught on. Nah, I actually don't believe this, some of these. Let me see. They're not demoing this right. Wait, do people still not know? Hold on. Dude. Oh my gosh, you can still... No. Okay, so when someone... Unless that's worth more... Okay, so 3DS, okay? There is the garbage 3DS, and then there is dual IPS 3DS. All right, you don't technically need dual. Let's see if they actually show this correctly. They are not. Okay, so here's the thing. When the new 3DS XL was first released, Nintendo had a batch of IPS displays they were putting in the 3DS, all right? The IPS 3D displays were incredible. They are so good, all right? When I first found out about that, I hadn't bought a 3DS yet because I knew Nintendo was going to do another model refresh, and that was going to be, that was going to be the one to get. I got bit hard on the DS because there was like 4 different versions, and I was like, I just want the last one that's actually good. So I waited for what would eventually be the new 3DS XL, and that's when the dual IPS thing happened, or the IPS batch happened. I went to 9 different stores and conned them into letting me open boxes looking for a dual IPS one, okay? And I finally found one at a GameStop. I have a Galaxy Purple dual IPS 3DS, and I love it. It's incredible. I have played that so much in 3D. I have never not played it in 3D because it is so good. So this is, one of those hoity-toity privileged things that I can say, regrettably, that they aren't all like this. But if you played a 3DS and it sucked, you should try an IPS 3DS. And that is really good. Because the original 3DS, garbage. But the IPS one is, oh, it's so good. So, yeah. I'm not sure the value is caught up on that. It is so much better. It is not even close. Like, I would be willing to pay double for an IPS 3DS over a standard. So that's how much better it is. It makes the 3D good. Like, actually usable, awesome. Is there an easy way to tell which are IPS? Set the theme to dark mode, and you have to turn it. That's the thing. You cannot tell from photos. They have to actually show it at an off-axis angle. So, yeah, it's rather impossible to find now. You would have to go to, like, local game stores, ask to try them, and turn them. And if the game store is worth their salt, they're going to know what you're doing the instant you turn it. But it's very possible they won't know. Because it's still a kind of under the radar thing there. Usually buy the first batch products and hope it gets hacked. Yeah, that's my plan. Maybe April 9th, probably not April 9th. If you know, you know. At least by June 5th. Audio's out of sync with this camera, yes. Sorry. Well, so Digital Ice Age, here's what I'll say. I have a PlayStation 5, and I have a Switch. On my PlayStation 5, I own Ratchet & Clank and Gran Turismo 7, and that's it. Gran Turismo 7 sucked. It's atrocious. I hate it. Watch the Digital Decay Games video for more information on that. I am very sad about that. Ratchet & Clank was awesome. I wasn't expecting that. I just bought that to have something to play on the console, and I figured, I know this franchise has been around for a really long time. It's supposed to be some kind of platformer-ish thing. Turned out it was so good that I went out and I bought physical copies of every single Ratchet & Clank game after that. It was incredible. But anyway, PlayStation 5 has had 2 games released for it that I actually liked. And I didn't finish Gran Turismo 7 because it sucked. The Nintendo Switch, though.
Says, beep, boop, beep, boop, just a moment and I boot. End of line.
I'm a cat. Thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 37 months, I think. We're finally at a number I can show. Thank you. Nintendo Switch. Okay. I don't know the number, all right? But I'm going to say I have between 20 and 30 games for the Nintendo Switch, okay? Not counting games that I ultimately didn't actually like. Which includes like Super Monkey Ball, Banana Blitz, and trying to think of what else may have fallen into that category. There weren't that many. Let's say it's less than 3, okay? So out of possibly 30 games, less than 3 of them I didn't like and I stopped playing, okay? There's only 1 game that I have not finished on my Nintendo Switch. That's what how many games have you played on Switch? Shh, that's irrelevant, okay? I bought them. They're physical copies. I own them, okay? That's all that matters. I have finished all of them except for 1. And the 1 is, let me put it this way. If there was 1 game for Nintendo Switch that you would think no one has finished, okay? One of the longest games possible for the platform, what do you think it is? Because I think I'll be forgiven for this one. Animal Crossing, that one's easy, isn't it? Yeah, Wiseman got it. Hyrule Warriors, yeah. So yeah, I think it takes like 2,000 hours or something to finish Hyrule Warriors because it has all of the DLC from the Wii U game built into it, and there was a lot, and it's a very long, grindy game. Oh, no, I have like 600 hours in Breath of the Wild. That's nothing. I have 300 hours on my main profile, and I started making other profiles because I wanted separate saves for different glitch runs. So yeah, that's a whole other thing. Anyway. The story mode of it isn't that long. Yeah, so I will say I started Hyrule Warriors, and then it got to the point where it split off into the 3 timelines for Skyward Sword, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker. And Skyward Sword HD had just come out, and I was like, you know, I haven't actually played Skyward Sword. Maybe I'll play through that before I do that part of Hyrule Warriors. And then I realized, you know what? After I finished that, I realized I should probably seek out the Wii U copies of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD because I don't think they're getting Switch releases. It was late enough in the product lifecycle. I was like, that's probably not happening. And once the Switch ends and those don't get re-released for it, the Wii U copies are going to skyrocket in value. And I want to buy them before they go insane. So I bought those, ripped those, and I played those. So I actually got distracted in the story because I didn't want to get spoilers from Hyrule Warriors, and I went and I replayed all of those. Well, not replayed, I played them all for the first time. So I got distracted. So I got that far in the story of Hyrule Warriors. So anyway, that's the only game aside from now Thousand Year Door, because I'm working my way through that currently. Hyrule Warriors is the only Switch game. So anyway, long story short, I finish Nintendo games. I like Nintendo games, and I'm happy with that ecosystem and that platform. So the Switch 2, the price of the console and the games does not dissuade me. I am very rarely dissatisfied with that. That, Majenko, is my one complication with it. Unfortunately, I don't think boycotting it is going to make a difference. So I am not voting with my wallet in that case. So Ubadista, I'll say this. My Switch 1 saves don't have that problem. And that's what I'm hoping happens with the Switch 2. So, all right, we have Nova Decode V3. So, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and rename that out.a to Nova Decode. Okay. chmod plus x. Now, it's entirely fair to not want to support Nintendo or not like their games or any of that stuff. Let me actually just look at it. I have the ultimate help file right here. So, but what I was trying to get to is not only do I enjoy the games, I actually finish them. So for me, it makes sense. Ubadistas, Switch does have R options. I don't participate in that. However, I do participate in emulation using dumped copies of my own games that I own. I will unabashedly say that. Because the Switch sucks. It's horrible hardware. But emulating it works great. All right. You meant 2. Well, I mean, 2's not out, so the security hasn't been defeated yet. For all we know, they'll screw up as bad on the 2 as they did the Wii, where they just take the password and then they type it in again, but oops, they left all caps on. So who knows? But I do know that I want Gen 1 hardware, so. Okay, so I'm going to assume parameter 1 is the first track file, parameter 2 is the output IMG file. Oh, an AG3N, I don't know about internet connectivity being required. If so, that would actually put a significant damper on my interest in buying the console. I don't think that's going to be true, but if it is, that's a problem. Dump file name minus the number. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you. Okay. All right, so I should have Nova decode anywhere now. Okay. Go here, floppy decode. So let's grab one of these that look pretty terrible. GW convert. That one's, let's start with this one. It's not the worst, it's not the worst, but it's bad. Okay. Nova decode. Track, and then, I don't know, 20.img. Okay, it's second parameter log. Okay. Okay, I could use some interpretation. I get this part down here. What's with that? Yeah, I think the Jack of Clubs is right. You can't realistically have physical carts require that. Good sector, bad sector. Okay, so periods is that's the sector header effectively, and then this is the data. So it worked. That's what you're saying. Okay. Now, I think I've heard something about some physical Switch games are going to be a game case with a download code in them. That's going to be inexcusable. But good news, I never play third-party games on the Switch because the Switch is garbage. And I expect the Switch 2 to be medium garbage. So just decode log. So 8 good sectors per track found. Okay. But yeah, I don't plan on buying any third-party games on Switch, so I'm not that concerned about it. Well, now we got to go and redecode all of them. Let's pick another hard one. Let's do that. So let's pick one of the worst ones that we can find. Let's see, 9 log. That one's flawless, so not that. I'm going to push this off to the side. 23. Oh, I'm going to like really cheat here. There we go. 23 is pretty bad. Here's what 23 looks like. Flawless, apparently. Okay. Let me do this. Everything there makes sense. It doesn't look broken. So I think you nailed it, Zero Ohms. That's awesome. Really good job there. That is really, really helpful. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, that looks great. Scenario man, it's not a download code. Carts with just... Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's even worse. I would prefer it just be a download code. So you're saying the cart... That's so wasteful. So it's a whole physical package, a whole cartridge that's just like a 1 meg EEPROM with the key. That's awful. That's worse than buying a digital copy. Just terrible in its simplicity, but you've seen worse. All right. What about download code in the box ones? I would rather have a download code in a box because that means it's associated with an online service and you can re-download it later. If you have just a cartridge, it's a security dongle. That's what it is. If you have just a cartridge with a serial key on it that you download the software with, it's going to check that you have the security dongle cart in the console to be able to run it. So you still have to have the cart in there, but all it is a serial key. That is stupid. That's so bad. That's the thing. Until the download service disappears. I mean, if you have the download copy and it doesn't require an online check, as long as your console doesn't die, it works. But having the serial key dongle thing on that is awful. That's so bad. I will not buy any games like that. Straight up. Not happening. I can't in earnest say that I would not buy any games that are download only because Steam. It is impossible to buy physical copies of PC games. If it becomes impossible to buy physical copies of Nintendo games, I know that I will not be able to boycott that, but I will buy physical copies that have actual game data on them. I don't care if it's a broken, out-of-date version of the game. If it's, mostly playable, then that's fine. But I will not buy download-only carts. That's so stupid. All right. Let's form our game plan. We got 2 hours. So what exactly do we need to do now? So we have our digital files. Okay, I already had Kate open. I didn't need a new one. Also, let me just do this really quick. Okay. Sandwich time there. Trying to run honorable chat about Stop Killing Games. Stop Killing Games is fantastic. I really hope they succeed. So much. More wishes, more cowbell. Oh, can you guys hear this dinging? Because I can't. I would be kind of surprised if you could and I can't, but... Okay. Now, we need 3 discs to exist. The starter... Actually, we need 4 discs to exist, okay? We need the starter disc. We need utilities disk. We need a blank. And we need a sysgen disk for this exact machine. Now, we tried to make the blank disks before, but I wasn't happy with the files that we got. I don't remember if I saved those or not. So we can look into that. But we do not... I want flux, and I want images. I want actual floppies, flux, and images of everything here. Okay, basically, I want to be able to upload to archive.org these and know that they're good and correct and all that fun stuff. But I want to have flux data as well to be able to write them. So, and then I want to... This is the one that gets really hard. We need to make a good blank first. So basically, we need to get one of these, delete all of the files off of it, then run full, or the pattern test on the disk in the Micronova, bring it back over to the machine, image it once it has blank data written to it, then re-image it, and then we can clean copy our files onto the disk. Which I'm not sure if that's how we built the other discs now. Does anyone remember how I built the... Why is that one only 515? Oh, why... Does anyone remember if I started with actual blank images for these, or did I cheat and, like, take the boot disk and then delete all the files? Because I don't remember how I did that. Because I want to make sure... Let's just look at it. If there's pattern data at the end, then it was done correctly. If there's not pattern data at the end, then I didn't do it correctly. Why does the starter disk not have a bootloader? Okay, well, there's problem number 1. Bad sector. Okay, so... Yeah, we gotta start again here. Let's start again, because I'm not having... No. Okay, we're gonna start from scratch. Okay. So, wet, I guarantee the deck, or the Switch 2 is gonna be more powerful than a Steam Deck. It will not be more powerful than a Steam Deck 2. Steam Deck 2 does not exist, just to be clear. But whatever the Steam Deck successor is, will be more powerful than a Switch 2, but not powerful enough to emulate it. I don't really care about the power of the hardware. Run starter.raw through Nova Decode. So, Zero Alms, to take a step back here, what I'm planning... I don't have a disk for starter. What I have is maybe blank flux here that we can run decode on, and then we got to copy all of the starter files over again. Power means nothing to me if you can only run blast software on it. That's what I'm saying. Is on the Switch 2, you're not going to run unapproved software, so the power doesn't actually matter. That's why I'm saying I don't care. Like, I want to play Nintendo games. Straight up, that's what it is. Like, Mario Kart, Mario Kart 8, I hate Mario Kart 8. I can't stand it. Mario Kart World, with an open world, Burnout Paradise-like, point-to-point race system? Yes, I'm interested in that. Donkey Kong Bonanza, I'm less sold on that, because it looks like it's pretty light on platforming, but... I'm interested. And my rule of thumb with Nintendo games is, if I'm interested in them, I need to get them, because Nintendo games don't stay cheap. Once they go out of print, the price just skyrockets. Red Faction Gorilla. That's incredible. That is such a deep cut. Oh my gosh, I love it. Oh man. Oh. Now you know I was serious when I said I was the one who bought that in 2015 or whatever in the oh my god, the game's a digital service game. That's amazing. I love that. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm still interested in Donkey Kong buying it. Kirby Air Riders. Really interested in that as long as they have city trials. A couple of years ago, I actually went and made sure that I had a copy of Kirby Air Rider for the GameCube because that's a hugely important game to me. I really, really like that one. Anyway, can't get on a new Donkey Kong redesign. I don't really care that much. I'm not. Okay. So 0 ohms. You dump the floppies after writing them. GWLF decode errors. Yes. So what I think I need to do here is re-decode this, but then I have to put all of the files onto the disk image in SimH. So we can run Nova decode on this and see what we get. So Nova decode track. Let's see what we get out of this. Okay. So let's see what this looks like. This should be, well, there should be a table of contents of some kind on here, but then it should be mostly ones. He does not have pants if you watch the cutscenes. If you, like, get farther into it. Like, you go through the treehouse, they go through the opening sequence, he's not wearing pants. You don't have to worry. Not that, like, yay, he's not wearing pants, but, like, that's not the visual design for the game. Just to be clear. Yeah, not a spoiler because it's literally just the start of the game. They intro you where he's working in a mine and he's wearing overalls and he gets to the surface and then the enemies show up and there's like a vortex that sucks the overalls off. That's it. Okay. So everything after this should be, that looks great. Okay, so we can use this as our starting image. So this is our new blank right here. This is blank V2. Can't believe they're doing Air Ride 2 the same year as new Mario Kart. Why don't you? Hey man, I love racing games. It's like, this is my favorite console launch of all time. I don't know what you're talking about. This is awesome. All right. All right, so I want this to be IMG, not that it really matters. And then we need to swap this because SimH is dumb. DD. Screw it. I'm using bin swap. Bin swap. Maybe I'm not. Why is that not? Oh, because it's underscore. Do I make that mistake every single time? Blank V2. Oh, IMG. Boom. Okay. Copy that, go back to here, and then we're going to set our floppy file to that. And now we're ready to go. Okay. SimH, go. Boom. We're finally in. Okay. List, just because it feels good. And no, I haven't played Donkey Kong 64. I think... One moment. I might own that. If I do, it's by accident. see. Would have been, I think, late last year. Should put those photos in an album. I have a photo of all my N64 games right now, or at least the ones I care about. Feel like that one ended up in my collection. I haven't played it, but I'm not against it. It just, everything I know sounds like, or makes it sound like it's a platformer, but kind of bland. And I'll say this, I have tried to play A Hat in Time, doesn't click for me. So, I just haven't given Donkey Kong 64 a fair shot. Okay, let's find out here. I do have Donkey Kong 64, okay.
Natello gave a tier 1 gift sub to 50 viewers. End of line.
Holy moly! Why is Bob not allowed? Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Oh my. That is incredibly generous. I really appreciate that. Well, because you're so awesome, I'll actually look up where this photo's from and just bring it up on the computer rather than just, like, show it as my phone up to the thing. Oh my gosh. All right, one moment. Oh, I'm signed out. Okay, hold on. It is Joy. Well, I really appreciate it. I'll say this. Pretty much all the money I got from the stream with Usagi, I have put back into the Micronova at this point. And most of it's right here. All right, let me do this really quick. It's Lens Cloth! Yay, Lens Cloth! Everybody loves Lens Cloth! Lens Cloth is the best! Woo, Lens Cloth! Yay, Lens Cloth! Hooray, Lens Cloth! Okay, there we go. All right. One moment. Oh, stupid Google Photos. One moment. Here, let's do it this way. There we go. I am collecting Japanese Nintendo 64 games. So I do have Donkey Kong 64 right there. One of these days I will probably get around to playing it. Will you distract? Well, I was just going to show it on my phone, but, you know, like, I could bring it up here. So, but yeah, so this is, I love the Japanese Nintendo 64 artwork so much. So yeah, do I know Japanese? No, which is why things like this one here are kind of dumb for me to get. I think that's Yoshi's Story, or maybe it's Mario's Story. I don't remember which one. Well, Yoshi's Story is actually fine, but Mario Story, not easy. That's Paper Mario, by the way. So yeah, but no, I love these. So we got Mario Tennis. I don't care about Pokemon. We got Blast Corps, Star Fox 64, Pilot Wings 64, Donkey Kong 64. What is that? I don't remember. I don't think that's Pokemon. Is that Banjo-Kazooie? That might be Banjo-Kazooie. I think that's Banjo-Kazooie. Diddy Kong Racing, 1080, Tetris 64, but it's also Disney Tetris 64. It's really weird. And then Mario Party 3, don't really care about that. Ocarina of Time, which is awesome. Majora's Mask, awesome. F-Zero Extreme, which is one of the ones that the Nintendo 64 DD was useful for. Wave Race 64. I have to get another one of these because this yellow strip right here with the kanji on it, I need the version of this that has that. I'll get to that in a second. 2 copies of Smash Brothers. And 3 copies of Mario Kart. So I've been buying these as lots. All right, and because that's the most affordable way to get these things. And I swear every single lot I buy has another copy of Mario Kart 64 in it. So I've ended up with one of those. It's Kirby 64 in Japan, Kirby and the Crystal Shards here in America. This is pack-in Mario 64. This is Mario 64 version 1.1 or Shinju edition. It supports the Rumble Pack. There is a Shinju edition of Wave Race as well that I'm trying to get. But I haven't yet. So, yeah. And then I think that's Yoshi's Story. Pretty sure that's Yoshi's Story. And then this is F-Zero X. So, these are all, the games are in there. Not only are they in there, they're all plastic protected with covers because I really like them. But yeah. So that's a collection I'm doing there. Here's that really weird Disney Tetris by Capcom. Nothing here makes sense. It's a Nintendo 64 copy of Tetris that's Disney themed, made by Capcom. Just like, what? Oh wait, Capcom makes, what you call it? Kingdom Hearts, don't they? So that maybe that does make sense. Anyway, yeah. That's a fake cover that can't be real. I know, right? And Vinyl Canadian, that's kind of, we saw that. That's kind of why we're on this. Desperately want to visit Japan, only visit their hard off electronic stores. Yeah, that would be really cool. I kind of, yeah. Kingdom Hearts is Square Enix. Then it makes even less sense. That's even more funny. Shinju doesn't support all the fun bugs, though. No, it does, you can't do BLJ. Nope. I don't really care when I'm playing on the real console. I'm not doing any of that stuff. When I'm playing Mario 64, I'm 120. I don't mind. It's like a cover from a 10,001 cartridge. Halo made by Sony for the Wii. Exactly. Although that sounds almost plausible based on the Nintendo Direct. I was joking with someone that the Switch 2 Direct was like Nintendo went and beat up Sony in an alley and mugged them of everything, because the Switch 2 is getting Final Fantasy VII, it's getting the iToy, it's getting, what was the other thing? Oh, there was another Sony thing it was getting. Oh, they stole Bloodborne. Patapon, yeah, they stole Patapon. Dude, if Switch 2 gets Loco Roco, oh my gosh. Dude. That's one of those things, that will probably be a download-only game. I will buy that, and then limited run games will come out with a limited run copy of it, and I'll be forced to buy it again, and I'll be annoyed, but it's a physical copy of Loco Roco for the Switch 2. I will buy it. But yeah, oh my gosh, if Loco Roco on Switch, dude, that would be so good. Oh man, I hope that happens. Anyway. How's the cisgen going? I'll say this today. We're more tangents than tech. But Loco Rome. Inside PlayStation Home a bunch? I didn't even know that was in there. That's amazing. I knew that there was that Escher game. Echochrome? Echochrome? I don't remember. I knew that was inside PlayStation Home. I didn't know Loco Roco was on there. Loco Roco was a PSP game, yes. I do have Loco Roco 1 and 2 for PSP, but PSPs aren't aging super well. If I could play it on Switch, I'd be much happier. Just having the real console experience, and it's not a tilt control game. You use the triggers, the bumpers. Having that experience in the Switch 2 would be really nice. I would like that. Okay, so what am I doing? Dir dp2 list. It works? Okay, good. This command, you'll be able to copy sysgen files. So, okay, hold on. Move dp2. So is that all of the, hold on. So 0 ohms, what I want to do is replicate the actual starter disk. I could just copy the files for sysgen, but I want all of these files. So I'm going to copy all of those. Okay. So learned Shinji Mikami Diner NES, SNES Goof Troop. I don't know who that is, but that game is really good. Should I get that one from Japan? No, I shouldn't, because I'd have to actually be able to read it. That's the downside. I want all of the Japanese. Oh wait, that's SNES, not Nintendo 64. Yeah, extra. Never mind. I'm not starting that. Resident Evil designer. Oh, that's hilarious. Tangents versus tech ratio. The stream overlay. That would be incredible. Okay. Remember the copy syntax or move syntax actually. I think we have to go to the drive. So dir dp1, and then we move, was it dp2, no colon, and then dos init.sv. Was there a parameter I needed to provide? I don't think there was. Notice how some files are for Nova Starter, others for Micro Nova Starter. Yes, definitely. I did notice that. We need micro boot, not boot. For example, something like that. Yeah. Or mboot sys, not boot sv. Yeah. I think it's just that. File does not exist. Do I need to go back to my stream and watch how I actually did this? Because the commands are so stupid. Oh, that's so weird, Vital Kneve, using a PSTV for PSP games. I don't like that part of speedrunning, that you have to use like the most optimal console version. It's ugh. But yeah. Learn by repetition, yeah. It drives me nuts. I can't just do page or key up. Major device using SD Express, yeah. Apparently people are upset that the Switch 2 doesn't work with old SD cards, but like, I don't think they understand how much better life is gonna be using SD Express. Like, that is awesome. We're gonna get actual NAND flash instead of just eMMC. Oh man, darn. Like, the fact that the Switch 2 is gonna use NVMe on board is what that means, is incredible. Yeah, I think for me that's definitely a lifetime amount of onboard storage, because I don't buy download-only games for the most part. The only download-only game, or the only download game I bought that I could have bought a physical cart for, was 3D All-Stars, because I bought download and physical copy at the same time, because I wanted a physical copy, but I like Mario 64 so much that I just wanted to always have it on the console. Well, like people wandering using UHS, micro HC, get ignored, they annoyed. Yeah, that part's going to be a problem. But I don't know. They're just going to be buying a lot of Mushroom branded SD cards, I suspect. Oh well. Just get the ones that specifically say on the box they're for Switch 2. Are PSP worth it still? I don't know. I haven't gone back and replayed PSP games. There are some that I want to, but there's not a lot. I want to play, this is going to sound weird, I want to play the PSP version of Need for Speed Carbon, It comes from that era, like the Wii. The Wii had like its own version of games. The PSP did too. I kind of want to replay that version of Need for Speed Carbon because I think I will like it more than the PC version. But I can't think of anything else that I really miss from the PSP. Is DOS in it really not on here? I'm scrolling through. I'm not seeing it. Did I somehow delete it or something? So micro deboot. Boot dot. Let's double check. mboot.sv. We don't need that. Okay, hold on. Let's find something that's actually on there. Boot.sv. That's probably on there. It's probably one of the first files, right? Where is it? Boot.sv. Come here. Where are you hiding? Mboot. Wait a minute. What if I screwed it up and none of these files are left here because I did actually move them. I didn't copy them. Wait, is Sysgen here? Oh, wait a minute. I think they're actually gone. Okay, we got to start from scratch. Hold on. I need the hard drive image to be refreshed. Oops. Oopsie. Problem identified. I haven't tried PSP 1000 in a while because I got kind of hosed on my PSP 1000. I kept it in a Mad Catz hard shell because I wanted to protect it when I had it when it was new. But the Mad Catz hard shell ended up scratching it more than it would have been scratched if I just kept it in the neoprene sock. I'm really mad about that in the long run. I need to get a case swap for it.
End of line.
Holy moly, why is Bob not allowed? Thank you for the 5,000 bits. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. And yeah, Zero, I was doing this in the 70s. You would have been screwed right there. Just like full stop. But thank you so much, Wise Bob. Oh my gosh, not allowed. Wow. Mad Catz destroyed some precious savings. So yeah, I'm really mad about that. No, I need DP1. DP1. That ain't right. Okay, let me just, I'm just going to re-download this file. Just in case I screwed it up. Are so bad. Stay with the original parts as long as possible. I'm saying my original is scuffed up really bad. So the Mad Catz shell was a hard shell that closed over it. It initially came with a piece of clear plastic that went over the screen to try and protect it, but it was hard clear plastic and the whole thing moved. So the plastic rubbed on the screen and started to scuff it up. So I had to remove the clear plastic or else the screen was just going to be opaque. So I removed the clear plastic. Then above the clear plastic were plastic holders for Memory Stick Pros that I definitely didn't have SD card adapters in place of instead. And they ended up scratching the screen as well. So the screen got scuffed and then scratched. Yeah, I really wish I'd done that, 0 ohms. If I had just kept it in the pouch, it would be fine. Because I was so OCD about it. But no, it got destroyed. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I didn't need to re-download it. Oh, well, whatever. All right, here we go. Now it'll be good. Okay, dir dp1, not dip1, dp1, list. Okay, there we go. Okay. People still remember Vita and its lockdown memory cards. Yeah, no, the Vita's awful as far as that. Everything else about the Vita is awesome. I wish there was a reasonable way for me to transfer my actual disc PSP games to the Vita to play them. But yeah, Put a protector on the front so it's like new. Screen protector, if there's one that's got like a thick enough glue layer, it might be able to fix my screen if I'm able to clean it out really well and the glue can like go into it. I don't know. I know there are Vita SD adapters now. I think I have one. I think maybe, but it's too little too late. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna hack the Vita and then transfer the PSP games over it just to emulate them at non-native resolution on it. If I could put my original games on it somehow, I would be willing to do that. But if I'm gonna emulate them in non-native resolution, I might as well just emulate them on PC at like 4K or something. So what's the point? I can't overstate how much I hate bilinear scaling for games. That drives me insane. It's one of the reasons why I've only emulated Switch since it was possible. With one exception, I played Tears of the Kingdom on the original hardware. Not because it wouldn't emulate well, but because I played so much Breath of the Wild glitched on there, it felt like the appropriate thing to do just to make sure that I got the correct experience, because I know all the ways the Breath of the Wild engine doesn't work quite right in Emulator. So, try plastic polish if you're really brave. I might, frankly, have to for the PSP. Okay. Okay, I'm moving files. That's it. Let's dir dp2. Just make sure it doesn't have anything on it right now. It does not. Okay, dir dp1. Okay, move. Clickety click click. DOS init dot move dp2 DOS init dot sv. Okay, so that worked. Copy. So doesn't copy not transfer the... Hold on. I have the book of words here that'll tell me this. I can't remember if copy keeps the file attributes, or maybe there's a thing I need to set for that. All right, hold on. There's a fort command? I mean, don't delete the sources. I know. Move is the command to do that, as far as I'm aware. It's DG-DOS is weird. Alright, hold on. M. That's log. That goes to make ABS. Okay, hold on. Maybe the index in the back will just tell me where move is. Yeah, I don't think that exists. Maybe the index is in the front. You know, one thing I don't like about these manuals is that they have a hole cut out in the front to be cool, but it makes the paper really fragile there, and I'm afraid I'm going to crease the front by bending that. Okay, operating CLI. Okay, where's move? Move is 360. I don't think there is a copy command. I think it's X for. And I know for a fact Xfer does not preserve files, attributes. That's it. Okay, move 360. Okay. It's like at the very end of the book. Jeez. It's only one of the most useful commands. Why would we have it? No. Move should go all the way at the back. Okay. Move. Moves files from one directory to another. Move a given file or files in the current directory onto a given file device, directory for each information, blah, blah, blah. Attribution, creation, last access is preserved. If no file names are given, all non-permanent files are moved. If file names are given, no name can be preceded by... If file names are given, no name can be preceded by a device specifier. Oh, that's really good to know. I think we kind of figured that out last time, but there it is written. File name may either be a partition or subdirectory. Moving directory moves the contents of that directory too. Well, that's kind of cool. All files, do not move links, list moved file names on line printer, move most recent version, verify, move any file created before the state, do not move any files, assign new name. So I'm pretty sure you can only delete to get rid of them, that move doesn't do it, but let's check. If DOS init is still on here. So DOS init was at the very top. So if we run list, DOS init is still there. Okay. Center bilinear filtering is awful. We use sharp bilinear filtering shader from Bato Erica. No, what I'm talking about is like the Switch 1, okay, runs games internally at 900p and then stretches the image to 1080. Drives me insane. I can't stand that. So the one thing I want Switch 2 to do is to run games in 1080p in handheld, just like that. Just render the game at 1080p on the screen. That's all I want. Like, I'm fine with just 1080p on a monitor, too. Like, if there is an option, I might set the games to 1080p, and then output only 1080p, and then let it pixel double scale rather than bilinear scale. Having so many USB profiles available, that I don't know anything about. But I'm listening. Why 1080? Why not output at 900? Because there are no 900p displays. That's what I'm saying. I want pixel per pixel, video signal per display. Frankly, I kind of wish the display on the original one had just been 900p, but 720 worked as well, but yeah. No native to number of image elements, yeah. Or some laptops, they were like 1280 by 800. Well, there might have been 1440 by 900 or something like that. There might have been some that were weird resolutions like that, so. 10 watt limit on NS2, don't expect lots of 1080p. Oh no, there's gonna be lots. It's just all gonna be artificial fake frame generated, which I would prefer not to have, but it's not like you can turn it off, so. I would rather have the 180 pixel border. I would. 1600 by 900. Yeah, there is that super weird resolution. Yeah. Could have offered letterbox mode, just doesn't use all the pixels. Yeah, I would prefer that. Why do you keep typing P? That's reference to CRT driving. LCD uses a frame buffer. Because it is the unofficial name standard for the resolution. Like 4K. Like, I'm not saying it's 4 Kelvin. That's just the name, the colloquial name. I'm not gonna memorize whatever quad FHD or whatever for, you know, UHD or that nonsense. No one knows. 10K, 720p, whatever. The only thing I think is up for debate is whether or not it is 2K or 1440p. And then DCI 4K. So, I know it's progressive. I know what it means. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the Switch could actually output 1080i. But, yeah. Yeah, I know progressive versus interlaced. I have a 1080i LCD panel right here. It cannot do 1080p. It can only do 1080i. I am choosing my words correctly. Anyway, the thing that we're actually trying to do, let's do that. Okay, boot.sv, move, dp2, boot. You know, we were doing really good earlier with the, like, making progress, and then tangents happen. Okay, so we want mboot sys and mboot.ol, move, dp2, mboot sys dot dash. Oh yeah, I'm fancy. I saved a whole command line. Actually, I think this is where I did this. I copied this so I could just paste that. Or like half a dozen 2K standards. Yeah, 1440p sucks though. But I'm not getting into that rant again.
Here, someone should put a warning in the channel name or something. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, CLI dot dash boom. Okay, m dos dash dot dash. Suddenly I'm miswriting batch files. So you actually can do that. Move V, write all the file names. I could, that just feels so weird. I know. Where's how much has been accomplished in the last 45 minutes? You shush your mouth. I have been hard at work letting the 3D printer do stuff over there. Actually, how far along is that? That's actually going to finish a lot sooner than I thought it would. That's nice. Webcam is taking a nap, I guess. It's been one of those streams. Okay. Move dp2 dos dash dot dash. Switch 2 could probably only do 2160p with chroma subsampling. There's gonna be, you really, like, I don't think I can understate how little respect I have for Nintendo's video quality. Like, I assume it's gonna be garbage. I already said I expected the Switch 2 to be medium terrible. Okay. The Switch 1 is just straight up awful, okay? I assume the Switch 2 is just going to be bad. It's not going to be a good console. Don't have high expectations. I just wanted to do 1080p. That's it. Just 1080p. That's it. I assume it's going to do chroma subsampling. What doesn't? Anyway, we did DOS, which is this stuff. Although, did that actually move it? Because it gave an error. List. Oh, we got a dir db2 dir. dp2 list.
End of line.
One moment here. Retro Engineer, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 35 months. I really appreciate that. 120 hertz screen is going to be great for all the 40 hertz games. Yeah, really? It's a piece of paper to render Mario instead of screen. They would sell that instead. E-ink? You want an e-ink switch? So yeah, medium garbage, as I recall you say. Yeah, that's my expectation. It's going to be very good at running Nintendo games and awful at everything else. And by very good, I mean Korok Forest on the Switch 1. If you know, you know. That's my level of expectation. Ooh, okay, so it got to MDOS-C. No, we got them all. Okay. CD, DP1. I mean, isn't it considered a miracle that any of the Pokemons on the Switch actually run? Instead of just immediately catch the hardware on fire? And not because it's such a demanding game, just because the Game Freak didn't screw it up that bad. Like they accidentally found the register that's, you know, toggle bit flames. I've never played a Pokemon game, by the way. I don't. It's not my thing. I just know that all of the Pokemon games are awful on the Switch. Okay, RLDR dot dash. Hopefully Nintendo for... Yeah, see, ASM, that's what I do. I think I own Binding of Isaac because I bought it at launch. And then Horizon Chase Turbo on Switch just because it's, you know, it's going to be a fun one. It's not going to need a whole lot of horsepower. And that's basically it. Everything else is first and second party. I'll take your Korok Forest and raise you Kakariko Village? Is that really that much worse? Pretty sure Korok Forest is like the worst place in the whole game.
Resource subbed as tier 1 and says hello. End of line.
Green Source, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 37 months. And no, it's 37 months. There we go. That one's actually Hex. There we go. Thank you so much. That's right. 35 is also technically that. Anyway. Oh. So yeah, I don't know Flare Spire on how they're going to handle that. The one thing I will say I'm not excited about, well, I'm curious what the Switch 2 edition versions of the games are going to be like. For the upgrade cost and the cart cost. I will get the upgrade for Tears of the Kingdom. I will not rebuy that game, but I will rebuy Breath of the Wild if the DLC is on the cartridge. So I'm curious about that, because there was a Japan exclusive cartridge for Breath of the Wild that had the DLC on the cartridge, and I've wanted that for a long time, but haven't been able to get my hands on it. And if I could get just Switch 2 version with them, like, included, that would be awesome. Zelda ones will at least have all the DLC. Has that actually been confirmed that it's on the physical cartridge for the Switch 2 edition? That baby's, yeah, the Japanese one that has the DLC? Yeah. Rumor, Switch 2 versus Switch 1's games, just Switch 1 game in a cart with a code to download the update. That would be awful. Assumption. Okay. No one wants to let it go, yeah. Hopefully have the DLC on them, if not buying them. That's what I'm saying. If Breath of the Wild doesn't have the DLC on it, I'm buying the upgrade. Disc full disc. You want me to actually do the work? Jeez. So be paying attention to what I'm doing? What? Disc. There we go. Left 11. Holy moly. I mean, that makes sense that it basically completely fills it. That's it. We got everything on there now. So we can double check that we have all the stuff. So CLI, SV, OL, and ER. Check, check, check. Okay. MDOS.C.LB. Check. Let's go down the list this way. DOS init, check. Boot.sv. Did I not get boot.sv? There it is. Okay. Definitely getting Kirby updated. So Kirby the Forgotten Land falls into one of the games that I didn't like, that I didn't finish. Or didn't, it was the platforming is bland and the combat is bland, and I don't care about Kirby, so I just like didn't finish. Yeah, I don't pay for Switch Online, which kind of sucks for the pre-order. Like, I was thinking about this. If I had paid for Switch Online $20 a year for the entirety of the Switch life cycle, okay, $8, so, or 8 years, So if I'd paid $160 for Switch Online, which I don't think it was even available for the entire life cycle of the console, but let's just pretend. So $180 or $160. It would be cheaper to have paid for Switch Online for the entire life cycle of the console and get the early pre-order than it would be to buy a scalped console on eBay. That kind of bugs me. Like, if I had known that, yeah, I would have paid for Switch Online. I don't care. I would have, that would have made sense. But, yeah. Did the new bone phones arrive when they were a scam? So, yes and no. It's weird. So, the new ones weren't Purina brand, and I knew that going into it, but they are almost identical. So like Ghost Shift kind of thing. I assume these are Ghost Shift too. But they have a different sound profile, which is weird. They are more mid-heavy. It's not really bad. It's if I hadn't had like a billion hours of time with these, I probably wouldn't have even noticed. But I have so much time with these. But I'm also wondering if maybe I've just worn these in and that the mids will start to taper away as I use the other ones. So I like them. They're real ones. They're real bone conduction headphones. It's just the profile of the audio is slightly different. Okay. I don't like that it looks like I may have copied an unnecessary file, but we'll get to that in a second. Okay, mboot sys, SV and OL, LSV, OL, boot sys, SV, oh, we don't get those. CLI, we already checked those. Okay, thanks. Be linking them on one of your videos. I guess I can just link them right now if you're curious. See, I don't want to endorse them because, like, they're. They are currently available. This is not a tracking link. Which brand? See, that's the thing. There you go. That's the exact ones that I just bought. They're not what I'm currently wearing, but they're really close to what I'm currently wearing. They're the same plastic shell, but the internals are just slightly different. Now, I want to... They're no name. Yes, exactly. Yeah, they're no name. So the other ones were Purina brand. But I want to call out that the current seller of the Purina ones is the scammer. I can't see it on here apparently. So yeah. And Sigma Factor. I like your plan. Just mail it to yourself. Just do that. Apparently they like the dog food. For some reason, yes. I don't know. It's China. They apparently didn't have an LLC on it or something. I don't know. Whatever. Have Shoxy ones. So as far as I'm aware, that's like the brand name to get for those. But they were like really expensive, weren't they? I haven't actually looked. Shock Z headphones. Won't ship to Germany? Yeah. So they're 10 times as much as what I paid. That's the thing. Oh, there are some that are cheaper. Oh, I bet those are the ones that these are ripping off. Oh, as far as like cosmetic. Okay, that makes sense. So those are 60 for open move, whatever. Yeah, these clearly are trying to rip off that visual language. Okay. I don't know. I would buy them if I wasn't completely content with my $20 ones. Oh, they're totally ripping that off. Okay, here's the thing. I would buy them if they had one change, okay? I'm looking at these right now. I'm gonna do this, okay? One change, okay? This is the exact same problem on these here because I'm pretty sure they're ripping off the design. The USB-C port should be on the top. That's the one change. If they did that, I would buy them. That's like such a weird thing, but I want to put, and then later regret when I corrode and destroy them, but I want to put a magnetically attachable charger connector on there, and then like hot glue it in or something so that it's sealed. And then I can just snap a USB cable on there magnetically rather than pry off the little plug and then cram the cable into the connector and rip it out, then push the little plug back on, because that's going to be the failure point. That's my only thing I want to change. And I can't put the magnetic thing on the top because that part literally rests on the top of your ear. So if I put the magnetic thing on there, my ear will bleed. Like, just, it is not even a point of like, oh, it'll be slightly uncomfortable. No, it'll just dig in there. Anyway, actually doing work, not getting totally distracted every 5 seconds. MDOS ALB, MDOS ALB, MDOS CLB, MDOS CLB, MDOS ILB, MDOS, MDOS ILB, okay. MDOS O.LB. Boom. Okay. Do they make discrete mono bone? Discrete mono? What do you mean? Audio files are hanging themselves through the ceilings as we speak. Yeah. Again, Old Master. So I have a second channel video that I just put out where I was wearing the bone conduction headphones that allowed me to hear the fans fail on the Micronova because it was a very faint sound. And I always wear bone conduction headphones when I'm working on stuff. Like I'm running the 3D printer over there right now. I want to be able to hear it in case it does something weird. So I don't want anything closed back. I don't even want open back. That's too distracting. So I like these for being able to hear things. So they're not great, but they're good enough for me to not hate them while I'm using them for other purposes. And yeah, I see what you mean discrete. That's a little harder.
Ultimate says the deck talk is coming from within your bones. CHER.
Yes, Ben. I hear the deck talk through the bone conduction headphones. That's why the whole complicated audio system. Because everything runs through Bluetooth to these so that I can hear it. Okay, so all that checked out. Wordle. Okay. Wordle, OL, and SV. Check and check. Sysgen, SV, and OL? No, just SV. Okay. SV, Almsperder. Okay, we didn't really need that, but I put it on there just to make sure it was on there. SR and RB. Okay. You're saying there was something, excuse me, on here that wasn't supposed to be? It was something DOS? Or no? I think it's all correct. World DG coming into a tangent near you. It wouldn't be that hard, really. mdos.lb. Oh, the B version. That's not supposed to be on there. Okay. mdos.b.lb. Okay. All right. And it's, yeah. Okay. Let's delete that. Delete. Really? It's not? Yeah, why? Why does it exist? mdos.b.lb. It kind of makes me sad that I put it on there, because now the data exists. Could be a typo in the manual. Oh, no, I deleted it. I mean, why is there I and not B? Like, the file exists. What's the D? I don't know, whatever. You gave us a demo of the I Can Hear with the 3D printer yesterday. Nods. Yeah, exactly. See? That's exactly it. I heard the micro switch fail on the X-axis on the 3D printer yesterday and heard the stepper motor bumping up against the side. So, yeah. Yep. All right, so now disk. It freed 7 sectors or blocks or whatever. I'm just pretending it's a PlayStation 2 memory card. It freed 7 blocks. Okay, there we go. It seems on topic for today. It's better to have it, not need it, not have it. Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff on this. Input, output. Oh, yeah, if it's not alphabetic like cab files, if it's like actually this is what's in there. I don't know what B will be then, but whatever, it doesn't matter. All right, that's disk 1. You guys want to be fancy? You want to see something crazy? Control E. Actually, let's not do that. Hold on. Continue. Let's do dir dp1. All right, and then we'll release dp2. Okay. Control E. Now we can actually attach a second disk. Whoa, crazy. So we're going to copy this to here. We're going to call it starter swap .bin because it's still swapped. And then we can delete that, rerun the dd command. Said rerun the dd command. Oh, it was bin swap, not dd. Okay, blank v2, whatever. And then I'm going to name it something slightly different. You know what? I'll just call it util swap. Util swap. Okay. Now, attach dp2. No, it's dk show feature dkp. Attach dkp2 flp util dash swap.bin. Boom. Continue. Continue. And then dir dp2 list. Boom. We swapped a disk in SimH. Woo. Bees. Support for bees. Okay. Now we need to copy all of these files. There's a couple more files. I think last time we cheated, and I did text selection, and then I OCR'd the file, and then I made a text file, and I copied them in, and then I pasted all the commands. So, did I put the commands in here? I don't remember how I did it. I think I copied and pasted them one at a time, because that was a lot of commands. So let's see here. Somewhere around here, there's an OCR'd one of these. File, recent. Okay, how to generate. One of these will be OCR'd. Where is it? Where? DGDOS, command line. No. You know what? Screw it. We'll just re-OCR it. How to generate your RDOS system. Data general. Software. No. We need doc. It's not here, right? No, that would make too much sense. Okay. Software, OS, DOS. How to generate, copy. Go back here. And we'll just do it here. Okay. OCR, my PDF. That thing. And then we call it that thing dash OCR. Go! Okay. Oh yeah. If you want paper tape reader punch, I have one that's yours for free. If you're ever in the Wisconsin area, pick it up. Whoa. I'm very interested in that. I just saw that. Can you email or DM me about that on Discord so that I am reminded? Because I might take you up on that. Because I would really like to have a paper tape solution for this stuff. Okay. After this, can we play Hydro Thunder? That seems thematically correct for the day. Okay, here we go. And now, I'll do this over here in case I have like a serial key or something copied in my clipboard. And now we just do Control R, find new lines, find all. There's 33. Okay. New line, and then this. Replace all, and we just add 1 right there. Boom. Okay. Let's click on Adam coming along. Shut your mouth. I don't have any Discord stuff. Email is YouTube profiles. There's a video on my channel if you want to see it. Okay. 1 moment. Will SimH let me just copy those all in at once, or am I going to have to copy them one at a time? So I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to copy them one at a time. Shelby's violent today. Remove the non-Micronova files there first. Oh, good catch. I may not have done that last time, actually. Ooh. Okay, I emailed myself your channel, so I'll remember that. Okay. Yes, ones that are not Micronova. Nova instruction definitions. Well, here's the thing. So Micronova basic instruction definition, but do we want these? Because I feel like we still need those. I'm not sure there are any non-Nova files that we don't want. Micronova bootstrap. So if there's a plain Nova bootstrap, we probably don't want that. But I think we need the basic Nova stuff and the basic Micronova stuff, but I'm not sure. Because the Micronova is slightly different, but... Okay, we probably can skip Nova 3 hardware floating. Actually, I'm not sure we can. I'm going to copy all of it. I'm gonna put it all on a floppy. I think it'll all fit. I'm just going to put it all on there. Because I'm not sure. Okay. dir dp1. All right, let's just get started. Boom. I need to cut these files. Fun fact, there's a whole separate manual for just nspeed 2. Or just the nspeed file. That's how ridiculous this Nova stuff is. File does not exist. Medit. What? I feel like that happened last time. That's the multi-terminal editor, isn't it? Yeah, screw that. We don't care. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Not a problem I need to solve. Dude, someone mentioned Speed Racer yesterday during the discussion about movies. We are so off topic this weekend. Let's bring that off topic to the other video game stuff for today. You know what's a really good game that's like kind of shocking? The Speed Racer PS1 game. Way better than it has any right to be. Like, holy moly. Is that on PC? I don't think I've ever looked for that. Speed Racer PS1. Like, does Moby Games have that listed as being on PC as well? While at it, make move commands, copy all the disks. You don't have to do one by one next time. So, on the actual machine, you'll be able to just do disk copies through DOS in it. So it's PS1 exclusive. Dang. It's way better than it has any right to be. There's a speed racer for Coco that can't be related. Yeah, it's not. Okay, it's just a pole position clone. I was like, what? It's not that old, is it? Yeah, highly recommend the Speed Racer PS1 game. It's so good. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's one of those movie games that is the exception to the rule. And it's not really a movie game, but, like, it's really good. PS1 had a few games that were like that were the exception to the rule. Like the Monsters, Inc. Scream Team. That one was surprisingly good. Sheep Raiders, the Looney Tunes one. That one was really... That one's just mind-blowingly good. Like, it's such a simple premise, but the execution is just fantastic. What was today's stream topic again? I don't know. Shelby's bored. I think that's what it is. Like, I've done all this before. I'm doing it again. I don't like the last season of Battlestar Galactica 2005. Sis S, what's that? Sis S. Old. Well, who cares then? Prom, not useful. It's not Sys5. No, it's, well, maybe it is Sys5, but it doesn't matter. Old pre-Rev 2, yeah, fine, we can just copy Sys5. No, bad. Move, DP2, sys5.slb. Not C, DP2, sys5.slb. Boom. Okay, there we go. Oh, airbrake BSG. It's a film about a BMW car that's called Bummer. I don't want to know anymore. I think my opinion of the movie could only get worse by knowing more about it. Just having it be called Bummer. Like, all right, I think we're good. I think that's it. Oh man. Okay. We're good now. That's it. We got to bin swap the files, and then actually hold on, release. Hold on, I got a dir first. Dir dp1 release dp2. Boom. Okay. Scrolls back over to catch up for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, because today's been that revolutionary of a day. Okay. We can close that now. All right. So I'm going to just delete that because it's bad. Okay. Util, swap, blah, blah. That. Okay. Boom. SimH. Okay. Oh, man. Dude, I have been talking too much. My throat's actually getting a little hoarse. Anyway, I brought up BSG yesterday, but I brought up Blood and Chrome when we were talking about Death Race 2000 because I think it's got that awful late 2000s bad CG set look. Blood and Chrome, the V reboot. There's a bunch of stuff that used it, but it was just like they wanted to do what The Mandalorian is doing now with the full VFX set, but it's just terrible. It doesn't work. Okay. We swapped these. We make them flux, and then we put them on the real computer, and then it's all good, and it works, and everything's fantastic. Okay, so bin underscore swap starter, okay, and then we just call this starter.bin. Get rid of all the extra nonsense. But I think Razor had the exact same problem, so no. Razor's the one where they follow Adama not from Blade Runner, right? I think that's what that is. Actually, do they both do that? Because I think one of them, he gets trapped in the frozen observatory, and the other one, he's on, like, the freighter or something? I don't remember. I didn't like them. They weren't good. Okay. Kane. I know I watched them, but they sucked, so I don't remember. Sorry. That's all I can give you. Like, the only thing that I think when I watch those is, man, it really sucks. They destroyed the original sets so that they couldn't use them for these shows, and then they just had the 3D scan sets, and they were awful. Like, if there are special features related to, I think it was Blood and Chrome, where they talked about that. They're like, oh, the Battlestar Galactica sets were too big, we couldn't keep them, so we 3D scanned them all before we dismantled them to go in the dumpster, and we used that for the new series. And it's like, but it looks awful. Go back to your corner. Sorry, it's just like I hate those ones. Anyway, software. Just go with that. I'm gonna put this and this, boom, in there. Okay, now we make these into flux with Fluxify. So I will Fluxify starter to track, boom. And then we get a whole bunch of them doodads. And then I'm going to just make a folder, starter, and put that in there. Then we'll do the same to util, Fluxify, util.bin as track. And then grab that, make a util folder, go in there, put those in there. Okay, so we can write these, and we can use those in SimH-ish. Okay, so I need to turn on the 8-inch drive, and then we can boot the whole thing and test it out. Oh my gosh, dude, it's been a long day. So much has happened. Oh. How close is the print? It's not doing top layers, I think. G-code viewer, let's see. Oh man, no, it hasn't even started the bottom side of the top. Okay. How many layers away is it? So many layers away. Okay. Ugh. That reset the view? No. Oh well. All right. I'm not moving the camera now. I don't care. It's too much work for 30 minutes. All right. Turn it on. 8-inch drive. Ugh. Grabbing the double-sided, single-sided converted media. Wondering what the weird sounds are coming from the 8-inch drive that I'm starting to think might be bad bearings, and I'm wondering if the 120-volt motors are just like glowing red hot in there. Okay, I'm fluxing, defluxing the 8-inch media here. Let's write this. Okay, we're gonna write starter first. GW write, that's not a dash dash, hard sectors, drive B, and we're gonna write starter track 00, okay, go. Okay, sometime next 4.1 delivered. I think it's a USB-C one. because someone else here, I won't call them out because they don't want to be mentioned about it, but someone else here bought one, and I wanted to have one just in case they needed help with it. So I'm going to have the newer hardware. I don't think it does anything different. I think it's just smaller, right? Like it had slight hardware differences, but I don't think the 4.1 does anything that what I've got here doesn't. And Poot, I saw that. Don't you curse that evil on me. Hold on, let me get some blue tape so I can ghetto label these. Now I need a Sharpie. Wow, I have not stood in a while. My legs are telling me that. Oh. Okay. So this is starter. I might make up fake adhesive labels for these discs or on different discs that are not like hole punched later that mimic the official Data General disc labels. This isn't done. Peter, are you here? I got a question for you. Have you tried running the microboot program in your Micronova version of the emulator? Does it work? Because I just realized our starter disk does not have the bootloader thing on here. So I need to run that still. Also looks like it's not in the patch version I'm using. So microboot is for Nova, not Micronova. Micronova, so this one, Micronova Bootstrap installer program. So, whoa. Why is there no way of side scrolling? Oh, it's Alt? Dude, Ocular is the worst software. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about at the bottom there. I don't think it'll work in SimH without 6038 emulation. That's the problem. At least I don't know. I have a feeling it won't. Yeah, you know what? I'll run it on the real hardware, I think. Digging through boxes, turn upstairs, and all I found diodes.
7121 subbed as tier 1 and says Emulate on this stream, but no problem. End of line.
Ciao Sombra, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 33 months. I appreciate that. Boot from boot floppy, then run microboot from DP1. Yeah, I think it's on the disk that we have right now. So let's work on this right now. Let's not even make the util disk yet because we're not done. So I'm gonna fire it up. Drive first. Wow. Okay. Computer is running. All right. We'll see if we get video capture when I turn on the terminal. If not, I've learned a trick. I can wiggle the cable around a bunch. And then it kind of works. Ah, it did work. Okay, cool. I turned the terminal on after, so we didn't get the file name thing. So your software requires you to use a scroll bar with your mouse pointer, but at least most Support rocking the scroll wheel. Yeah, well, this one, I don't remember the MX518 does. I don't think it does. mboot, boot, sys. I'm going to try no number enter on time this time. One, 88, and just enter. Oh, that's so much faster. Oh, keeps getting better and better. I wish scroll bars weren't being banished. That part's really annoying. All right. So I think we have micro boot on this floppy, but let me look. Is this real or is this MH? This is real. This is running on the Micronova. I don't know, maybe we don't. Ah, microboot. Okay. So we're going to run microboot and see what happens. What do I want to do exactly? Here, I can show you. So here is the starter file that I just made. We're going to open that with imhex. I'm going to push the button so you can actually see it. Okay, so this is the file that I just made. So if I scroll down, we'll see there's all the software files, sys, sv, and all that, sysgen, whatever. But what's missing is if I go to FLP and look at boot here, I don't have the bootloader code at the start. So I need to run the bootloader program that writes this to the disk. At least I think that's required. I could also possibly just copy this and paste it. That might work too. But I want to try and just do it on the system itself. Let's just boot 33L file name boot. It's a file? Are you sure? Got me the 512 bytes also works? Well, I'm going to try and run microboot. I mean, we booted it. Worst case, I just remake the disk image. Let's just find out what happens. All right. Micro boot. There is a minor deflection issue in the bottom left that's kind of annoying. Micro boot. That's it. Just micro boot. Okay. It's so insane this thing's actually working. This still just blows my mind. Like, I'm using the data general. Like, just what? No room for ups. How much space was on the other one? What do you mean? So what do you mean 33L? File name boot. You're saying run boot? Because we can do boot here. Not boo. Now it's going to take forever as it scans both disks. Okay, if you want me to reboot, I can do that. Boot. This is equivalent to what you're saying. This does this. But then I don't have to do it. So master device released, which is release, then it will reload boot. This is just simplifies it. Bootstrap device specifier. Oh, this is it? Oh, well, easy, okay. DP2. It's DP1. How I get it? Now I gotta walk over and reset it. Because this is DP0, this is DP1, this is DP idiot. It's trying to access device 27, which doesn't exist. No, 27 is a hard drive. It's 72? Okay, now it's 33L and then file name boot. Boot. So Swarm of Dead Insects, it's about to be. So we're going to do DP1 right here. This will install the bootstrap. That was fast. To the other floppy. Now, theoretically, that floppy should be bootable. Is there no way out of this? Control A. Just enter. Do DP1 again. DP1. Install bootstrap. Yes. Oh, no. DP1. No. File name. There we go. Okay. Hold on. mboot. Boot. Sys. And then I'm going to release 0. And then I'm going to swap the disks, or at least I'm going to put the other one in the left drive, and then we'll see if we can boot it. If that works, it is a nearly full synthetic Micronova system. Because currently we're actually running a bad mix. We have the bootloader for version DOS 3.35 or 3.31, and we're loading DOS version 3.5. So it's a slight mismatch. I don't think it makes a difference, but I believe they are different. So I would like to have the correct bootstrap on the disk. So that's why I preferred not to copy it. Cross your finger that this works, we'll know soon. Yeah, this is it. This is moment of truth. Directory not initialized. What do you mean not initialized? What? It's just booted from it. Wait, what? It booted from the right drive. This is the new one. It wasn't supposed to boot from this. What happened? Why? Does it prefer the right drive? Wait, now I'm confused. I did boot from DP1, but not intentionally. I was supposed to boot from DP0. I didn't even know it was possible to boot from DP1. Hold on. Release DP1. $33L. The only disk that is in there right now is the new one. And it's in the right drive. And it doesn't seem to want to boot from that. I have no idea why it booted from it. Okay, I'm gonna put the disk in the other drive. And now it's booting from it. Okay. That is super weird. But hey, it just worked. That's what we needed to see right there. Okay. mboot sys. Partition in use. That's weird, but okay. So, Swarm of Dead Insects, because you ran boot from the other one. Maybe? I don't know. I'm really confused. Date, 1/1/88. That's it. We just we booted from a full synthetic disk. That's awesome. That's so cool. Okay. Release DP0. That'll go back to the console. Okay. So now I'm going to re-image this because the files that I created in SimH do not have the bootloader. And I think this is a different bootloader than what we have that I got off of my actual disks. So this is important to get. So we're gonna go SimH, software, starter. We'll call this starter boot. Sure. Okay. Read starter boot go. Not sure if boot wrote the same bootloader as microboot. It worked, so I don't really care. If it works, I'm accidentally getting the other sides. Well, at least I can just delete them. That's one of the nice things about CryoFlux. Now boots, what can you do with it? Everyone wants to know that question about every single vintage computer, and the answer is whatever I want. It's about making the computer usable. I'm not gonna play Crysis on it. It's not about that. It's about maintaining the system as a functional example for history. It's not about what can it do. All computers can do the same thing, basic math. It does it slow, because it's not fast. What software? That's it. There is none. When I finally do Hello World, I'm going to input it into the serial monitor. The console debug monitor directly, when I finally do it. Ubadistas, I do want to write some software. That's why I have 2 manuals here that are Nope, that one's users. That one's okay. Here we go. Introduction to Programming Nova Computers. So this is the general this is the, let me call, general purpose Nova programming manual for assembly. And then I have the Micro Nova programmer's guide. So this talks more about the peripherals, so I can access the serial cards and stuff like that. So I very much want to program for it, but it's going to be in assembly, because if I'm programming in Fortran, what's the point? I can program in Fortran on anything. Can we get the second serial port working? I don't think we're going to get to that today at this rate. When am I getting emails or notifications? I have no idea what it was. Really bugs me when it doesn't put the most recent notification at the top of the group. Anyway, starter boot. Boom. Okay, so let's do Nova, deck, track, and then I'm going to move this up here, and I'm going to rename it to starterboot.bin, and let's look at this. So this is the new bootloader, and that is my old one. So yes, they are in fact different. Interesting. So yeah, that was really good to get there. Okay. DBasic is cool, it's related to Dartmouth Basic. DG Business Basic can also be an operating system as well. I have no problem using and learning DG Basic, but if I'm going to actually write software, it's machine code. Let's learn assembly. Like, yeah. Let's see. Someone written a Hydra CPU definition for Micronova yet? Peter is working on that, if I remember correctly. So let's see. Compilers, COBOL, RPG. I don't know what RPG is. So We imaged the data disk. No, you said the data was useless. You know what format application? I don't. I assume whatever boring financial software they had is on the hard drive, and we'll find it when we can get to that. But I wanted to make sure the machine was fully usable in floppy only before we started to tackle the hard drive. That way, once the hard drive is running, I know for a fact we can get software working with it to image the data or transfer the data off somehow. So that's the goal. From here, now we need to, again, we still need to run sysgen, and I still need to write the utilities disk. But then we need to test dump. So here's the thing. I haven't shown you all on stream this. So at the end of last weekend, when we were working on, what you call it, the stuff, the things. I was looking in the manual of the dump utility, which we had found after the floppy drive died again. I kept working on my dump program. I have no idea where this is, this thing I'm looking for. Is it in here? Must be here. Just one moment. This will make sense in a second. Here we go.
Willie Fleet subbed as tier 1 and says just came in. Did I miss anything exciting? And
Willie Fleet, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 27 months. I appreciate that. We just booted off of a full synthetic Micronova disk. That's what we did. So, and your original boot disk writes different boot sector and what this disk has. Yes. So 0 ohms. The DG-DOS system that was used with this actual computer is a slightly older version than what's on that mag tape that you've been working with. So that's why I think the bootloader is different. And that's why I wanted to make sure that I wrote this new bootloader. So it's 2 hours talking about 3D monitors and NES games. I never talked about NES games. Those are boring. Nah, Solar Jetman's really good. Anyway, I wanted to show this. So this is my tool. I don't want to try and set this up again right now because it's a pain in the butt. But my console tool for working... I'm hearing the 3D printer make weird sounds. For working with the Nova now supports running a command. So here we're going to run list as part of the command, and it prints out the text to the terminal. But it gets even better because I can run a command like dump here, and it's going to dump the data through the terminal to a bin file, and it captures it. So I can now dump data from Data General disks to a Linux computer to capture. So the next step after this is loading that dump file into SimH using the same tool. I don't have a ability to read the file in yet. That's next. But it will be possible to capture disk data. It's not a full disk image, but disk data over serial, the same console interface that I'm using for the terminal, and then recreate it in a emulator, hopefully. We need to test the full workflow still. We can capture a floppy and then try it on that. So yes, this is going to be exciting. And then once we know we can do that, we can start on the hard drive. Because that is my requirement for the hard drive, is knowing that I can capture data from it. So, okay, next, we write the util disk. So let's do that. Because then we can sysgen. All right. Let me label this util. I guess it doesn't have to be util on there. There are utilities. But yeah, some really good progress that I made after there. Sysgen on the real machine looks at the time. Guess we won't be seeing that for a week. Yeah, so apparently Sysgen takes 15 minutes to run on the real hardware according to the manuals. We're not doing that today. My apologies, but we'll at least be able to make sure that we can access all this stuff. I will at least start Sysgen. How about, oh wait, starting Sysgen like breaks Sysgen. Man, I can just rewrite the disk. All right. Putting that in there does nothing. Let me buzz this. We will at least run Sysgen. I don't care if I have to rewrite the disk because it breaks Sysgen. I want to at least see that it's on. It can run on there. And do I have an empty disk that I can run Sysgen onto? I can make one. This can be an empty disk. Also, I have this one. These two can be empty. 3D printer over there keeps making sounds. Okay, we write util. Util doesn't need a bootloader, so we don't have to do that. Okay. Write, and then we can just do track. Here. Boom. We can end the stream, Sysgen building. I don't want to do that at the end because then we have to boot it and then we have to test the editor. So like it's a whole thing. Next weekend, Friday, we're doing Sysgen. We're gonna do Sysgen, then we're gonna do a Sysgen where we do 2 serial cards because apparently Ben has a trick to possibly make that work. Same effects. Now you want to play with a Micronova. SimH. I highly recommend SimH, Phil. It's really good at this, especially if you go use Peter's fork that unbreaks the Nova stuff. Highly recommend that. I'm telling you, I've run it through the actual dasher. It's really good. Assuming the hardware works. You bite your tongue. All right. Now we just go here and... Oh yeah, I did that because I wanted to image it and make sure that it was clean. Hold on. Feeling this is very much how PDP 11 rebuild is going to go. We're all in one box of smaller floppies. I hope it goes as easily as this has, because frankly, this has gone really well. All things partition in use. Dude, I did release DP0. Why does it say it's in use? Weird. Yeah, because I bought an already complete system, I'm not trying to build this from parts. This went really smoothly overall. Use it for VAX emulation while looking at Peter's fork? Yeah, I highly recommend it. It's a complete system, it's just bits in bits and needs some TLC. Yeah. Building 4 Novas from parts and it's not fun. Yeah. See, I don't envy that in the slightest. So you can answer this, Joe. But maybe you can. Do you know where the cutoff is? Where boards are incompatible? So like, I know my Nova 4X RAM boards won't work on a Nova 1200. But I don't know where that delineation line is, where they stop being compatible. Is it Nova 2? Is it Nova 3? So Nova 2, okay. So 2 and older are separate from 3 and 4. Ugh. It's so bad. All right, here we go. dir DP1, boom. List. Flare Spire, there is a supernova. Unless you mean you know that one is hardware incompatible and that's the joke you're making. Look at it. It's glorious. Thunk, 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 thunk. Interface cards are compatible, just not the floating points or memory units. Oh, okay. At least the second drive's holding up today? No, because I fixed it, Ben. It's good forever now. Is there supposed to be like a felt pad or something that like, yeah, makes it less painful? There's no more command, DTO, data list, and scream at the same time. So slowness isn't needed, yeah. There we go. That worked. That's so awesome. Okay. Let's run sysgen. I'm going to remove the utilities disk so at least it does not get murdered. So let's run sysgen and see what it says. Here we go. Dir dp, not dit, dir dp0. Let's add a space, dp0. Sysgen. Now you're supposed to add a parameter to have it go off onto another disk. I don't even have a second disk in there, which it may complain about. I don't know. But we're just doing this to see it. So we can say we have, in fact, actually executed sysgen on the machine. Oh, it's having a good long think. File space. Oh, that's a problem. Wait. Boot sysgen? Is that even an option? Am I gonna have to make a separate sysgen floppy? Explode on you? Yeah. Capture simulator as well. I was thinking maybe some error. The file space exhausted. Sysgen writes really big data. I might need to have the other disk in there to be able to run it. I think it doesn't work like this. I think we can't boot sysgen. I think it has to be within DOS. So that crashed the machine, I think. Crazy Boy, yes, but I don't know if the cache files, the temp files, actually go into the second disk. Might as well try emptying a disk, see how that helps now, so you can hit the ground running. I had to link DP1 to DP1 for sysgen, empty DP1, huh? Yeah, dead Jim. Yeah, I have to go stand and walk over. Hey, the SSD holders are onto the infill. Oh, actually, they're on the top bumps. They're really close to done. Okay, that's good. All right, there, it's reset. Okay, 33L. You know, I'm gonna see what's on bad disk here. Let's just for giggles. Look at that. If it has a file system, I'll just wipe it, and we'll try running the sysgen on that, or directed towards that. Is there no hardware reset from the terminal? No, not that I'm aware of. Not at that level, at least. Oh, yeah. There shall use 40, 46 hard drive subsystem on Nova 4, which is the required pair to use. 133 Novas. Instead of Diablo, you can use Arcade Emulator project, had solid state disk. Ports like basic control generator ports always. So maybe you can answer this, Jout. Is paper tape, like the $ PTR device, different from the TTYs, or are they assumed to be RS-232? It's a model of car that goes to Nova. What do you mean? Okay, so the PTR is just... Okay, it's like a map to the same thing. Okay. So then, in theory, the Micronova does have paper tape reader support over the second async card. Specific dice, not just R232. See, that's my hang up. I don't know. List. Here we go. So this should be a, like, not ideal boot disk. A very not ideal boot disk. Okay. Let's yoink that one. Let's look at the other one. PTR is 60, 13 readers. Micronova has a specific paper tape controller, which is for a punch reader like the big Novas. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure what I'm getting out of it is that DG-DOS works kind of like Linux, like things are just files. So I should be able to substitute TTY in places where it would normally expect paper tape reader, but I don't know how true that's going to be over a wider span of tools and programs. Because so far, I was able to use dump over TTO so that I could dump over the terminal output, but I don't know how true that's going to be for everything. Configure the second async card as MUX line rather than TTY controller, which will do file transfers to serial line with a CLI getting in the way. Yeah, but I don't have a MUX. Like, that's the thing. The MUX is for a specific device. I think there is one on eBay right now, but it would cost me like $400 to get it, and I don't really want it. You don't need a MUX. Paper tape readers use current loop interface rather than RS-232. That's basically the same thing. Specifically, sports configuration of Micronova async cards line MUX. Is this what you were talking about on Discord that you mentioned? Okay. Reply to your previous message, and I will read that later. It's going to be like 2 or 3 hours from now, but I will read it later today. Is Persian in use because you aren't releasing it? Dirty shutdown? Yes, both. Releasing it undirties the shutdown. Most users say ASR33s just load everything on TTY port. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know how the ASR33 handles that stuff, so I don't know what the control codes are. I should look into that. I should just read the ASR33 manual. Okay, here we go. dir DP1. Let's see what's on this disk. List. I wonder if it is full of missing number like the other one is. I've never played a Pokemon game. There's no files on there. It's blank. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. How do I sysgen? Let's just do that. dir DP0. Let's look up the sysgen command. Running sysgen. Installing bootstrap, don't care. Sysgen. Give me sysgen. Loading utilities, don't care. Want sysgen. Preparing a system, okay. Blah, 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 blah. DOS in it, already done. Let's just pretend. Bootstrap, yada, yada. System, control codes, whatever. Yada yada, system disks, run DOS in it. I got the DOS in it part. Jeez. Master device release. Hold on, where is it? Time, yada yada. Command, do you really want it full? No, I don't care. System generation, okay. Here we go. Sysgen DP1 colon sys Print's done. Microswitch failed. All right, I'm going to let that cool a little bit. I'll pull this off before I leave. Okay. It's a long, complicated command. Okay, sys dot sv slash s space sg slash v lm slash l that. Let's see what that does. Make sure to turn off the bed. I just cut power to it. Don't ping on Discord? Okay, I appreciate that. I will read that later. I will promise I will not do sysgen without you guys on. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Apparently I couldn't if I wanted to. Okay, we have to give up. We only got 5 minutes left. We'll figure this out later, I guess. Jeez. So frustrating. I don't know, but Jaco, I'm not looking into it right now. Look at this awesome Tier 80 terminal. It's the best thing ever. I really, really like it. So happy I was able to get it. But it's in the way. I need it to not be here. Also, I have to use the rainbow flat cable because the cable plugs in on the bottom. That part was kind of stupid. It's just a carryover because that's where the holes are in the shell from the Model 4 for the serial card. Because the Model 4 is just dumb. All right. More SSD holders. I think I'm using 24/4 Neo Dragon, but I don't really pay that close of attention. So I have movie, copy strings, copy the required files over for building. Yeah. But the manual says I should have been able to do this. That's the confusing part. All right, here we go. So yeah, they look a lot better this time. There's not even stuff on the inside that I really have to worry about. Man, you can't see because I didn't hit the button. Hey, look, now it's like I was describing. It looks a lot better. No fuzz on the outside. On the inside, it's even pretty clean. So yeah, this is a massive improvement over the yesterday. All I did was adjust the retracts because I remembered it was Bowden. So it really needed the retracts. So I'm just going to trace this with the X-Acto. I don't want to cut the thing. Yeah, maybe I should just break it off rather than try and be high precision. Just fix the whatever that gets left over. See, 3 big lies, still respect you in the morning, checks in the mail, and anything written in the user manual. Mention the multi-line multiplexer DGs on eBay. So that's just the box which splits the high density cable, 9-pin, need a controller for it. Oh, yeah, I didn't know. I'm trying to see if the seller has that card. If so, it might work out a deal. Most of the other stuff gotten off them. Yeah. No, I have literally no interest at all in it. I don't plan on ever running multi-user anything. So I am unconcerned about that. Pretty sure multi-user would actually not have been in the history of this machine either. I'm pretty sure it was just the CEO of the company that bought it to play with. I don't think it was ever a multi-user machine. This is so much better. Yeah, I can use. I will be using it to its fullest or potential sanity, because then it's not being hamstrung like, oh, it can only run small applications by many people. No, I can run one big application. That's using it to its fullest potential. It's annoying I have to have the brim for this print, but I really, really have to have the brim for this print, because there is like no surface area overall that it gets to touch with. No run application used for show. I mean, that's what it's really going to be used for, honestly. The end of 2025, we'll have finished making it fully full, and he'll just go behind me in videos in a pretty set piece. Let's be real. Full circle, yeah. All right. That's way easier to prep. What did you use to remove the burr? I don't know. It's this weird, like, flat knife scraper thing. I was given it by accident, in that they didn't intend to give it to me. I don't know what it is. If I did, I would tell you. But it's like kind of like a razor blade scraper, but really narrow. What was I going for? Scissors. Now I get to do the magic part of this. Where this just goes from like, oh, it's a box of plastic. Oh, the 8-inch drives are on. I was like, what's making all that sound? It's the 8-inch drives. It goes from a plastic box to a thing that actually does something. So if you missed this on the last stream, I take a piece of felt, and then I can loop it through the little handle hole things here. I'm just going to make sure this is actually in focus. I'm going to pull that through. Get it so that it's halfway through, and then just push it down. Do that on both sides. Boom. Do that one more time. Push it down. Push it down. Hopefully it doesn't all bunch up. No, it didn't. Okay. And now, let me go around and collect some SSDs. These were used today for recording the ending of the repair of the floppy drive. I can put this here. It's loose enough that it will fall out, but if I put this one here, and then this one in the middle, it's tight enough that they don't fall out. Boom. And now for the last thing I didn't show you yesterday, pull all that out. I'm going to take a piece of masking tape. I'm going to find the end somewhere. Normally I fold it over, but I didn't this time, kind of intentionally. All right, I'm going to take it. I'm going to put it kind of right there. Wrap it around. Shoot them out there. And I'm going to cut it. And then the annoying part, I need to cut it in half. Then I can feed the masking tape through the hole. Wrap it around. Feed it through the hole on the other side. Pull it tight. Make sure it's all the way pressed down. And I can fold that in. And now, I can put my drives back in. And I can remember I moved the Sharpie. I can label the drive 6039 repair day 2. And the magic about Sharpie on something like this, it'll dry, be fairly robust, but if I want to get it off, I just use a dry erase marker to re-wet it. And then it wipes right off. And there we are. That's how my SSD holder thing works, and it's awesome. I really, really like this thing. Totally do a version of this with a belt clip so you can have the drives on the ready to go. So this only needs to take the drives from here to my house, and then it just sits on my desk until I get a chance to get to that footage. So I need it to hold the drives together for the 2 cameras and the ATEM, and then have a label of what's actually on them. IPA does the same thing. Yeah, I have IPA pens I can use too for that, but this is, it's a little easier to see the coverage when you do it that way. So I need to prep this one still, but yeah. So, all right, that is it for today. So I hope you guys had fun. This was a very, very tangenty day. So, accidentally writing on the Sharpie whiteboard. Yeah, the whiteboard is another use case for that, for sure. But all right, it's outro time. Well, thank you all for being here. This was a very productive day, even the parts that weren't productive. There were definitely some parts where we went off the rails, but overall, we got the job done. Drive's working. It's functioning. Okay, when decoding disk, doesn't complain about errors. Check the log. Okay. I will look at the log. Why is Bob not allowed? Thank you for the 5,000 bits there right at the end. Holy moly. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you. We will be back next weekend doing more of this. We will sysgen. I'm gonna probably have to make a sysgen disk. I'm not sure what's going on there. I'll make sure that it wasn't that one extra file that I wrote or something. We'll see if maybe there should have been more space on the disk or something. But yes, we'll figure that out. Anyway, thank you all for being here. This was, we're really close to this just being a working system. Once it's all working, I can put it back in the rack. It's this close, right? So close. But yeah, if you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next.
This is 5,000.
I'm a cat. Still thank you for the 100 bits. Next weekend, we will continue. So yes, if you want to know about that, go ahead and follow the channel. If you want to help support the channel, you can just do they're showing you how right there. So, really incredibly, thank you so much. Or you can get a shirt like this one. But that will be it for now, and I will see you all next time.